Welcome to AP Gaming Real, IseKollision, with your host and game master, Arthur Perkins.
I'm Arthur Perkins. This is AP Gaming Real. Welcome to the first episode of IseKollision. I am here with Pondo the Mad, and we are going to be playing this wonderful OVA RPG system. Now, I've played this before in another campaign called Restart. Pondo, I think we've done a few playtests together. Were you in the volleyball playtest?
No.
All right, so you were just in the other one where you played the ninja?
Ren?
Yeah,
no, Ren was the guy that I hated.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, when I pitched this, Pondo, you were like, what if instead of making anime characters, we played characters from your old shows? And I was like, that's great. And the other players agreed to it. You, however, are the only person not playing an old character. Your character is from a current show that we have ongoing. Why don't you tell us about who Bandito is and what that show is?
Bandito is a mech warrior from the Battletech show that goes on Thursdays. Pretty much he's a guy that's from the Free World League. It's an orphaned at a young age due to business transactions that some companies wanted his parents' land, so on and so forth. Relatively right now, he's mostly kind of good at mostly like computers, pretty much intelligence operations type stuff. But other than that, he's pretty much good in his mechs.
You're a mercenary now. You're a dude who takes his mech around and kills people for money.
That was his entire life, actually.
Yeah, it's a rough life. It's a rough life. So, let's kick this in. We start with a completely black screen, and in the bottom left-hand corner, it says 0900 hours, dropship Crow's Nest. And we come to Bandito sitting at a table. Now, what does Bandito look like?
Bandito's a man in his little later mid-20s, about 27, 25. Dresses in like essentially what you imagine a cowboy hat. Cowboy hat, big belt buckle, blue jeans, boots, plaid shirt, clean shaved face.
All right. You're approached by a man who's wearing a loose jumpsuit. So it used to be very big on him. Sorry, he used to obviously be a bigger person because it's now much looser. And he's got kind of a dark complexion, Eastern European look to him. Lots of grease all over, and he's got a pair of glasses that he pulls off and begins cleaning and says, Bandito, it's me, Baron. I was just looking over your mech. It seems that you've finally completed a combat in it rather than just training. How do you like it?
It's fantastic. And I noticed you changed your accent again.
That's true. I changed my accent on the regular. Sometimes it can be days. Sometimes it can be weeks.
Yes. Yeah.
Have I mentioned that I am a very intelligent and smart person? In fact, as you might know, I have several doctorates from the University of Atreus and the Free Worlds League.
Yeah, I heard about that. You know, I'd imagine so since you're working on the clan stuff.
That's true.
But yeah.
Indeed.
The new Devastator is really, really nice and very different from what I'm used to, as you can very well imagine.
So he puts the glasses back on, and then we get the glasses flash as he stares at you, and he says, yes, indeed, when I began schooling at the University of Atreus, I never thought for a moment that we would ever see such technology in the Hemisphere again. With the recovery of the Hell Memory Core, and its contents copied to all of the great houses of the Ionosphere, who knew that we would see Gauss rifle technology? And so quickly.
Yeah. Now you got big old mechs wielding axes, and the terrifying sight of the Devastator.
Indeed. There are few mechs that can match it. Even the venerable Atlas, designed by General Kerensky himself, no longer a match for the Devastator. Merely a play toy compared to its might. However, there's one thing we need to talk about, Bandito. A serious drawback to the Devastator and Gauss Rifle technology.
That it can kill me?
Indeed. If you lose both of the Gauss Rifles, you will suffer a incredible biofeedback shock through your neurohelmet.
Yeah, I've seen that happen twice to 2 different occasions of clan members that didn't have a fun time when that happened to them.
Indeed, indeed. With the amount of shock that you are suffering, it could in fact kill a large adult bovine.
Sounds
You
about
will
right.
almost certainly die, and if you do not, you will have severe brain injuries. This is not a joking matter.
No, I'm completely understand the situation.
Despite being the bulwark of the team, I highly suggest that you remain as far back as possible and save yourself for combat operations. Long-range fire support.
The general idea that those 2 weapons aren't very good at close range anyway, so well better than most, but still not great.
Well, I was supposed to give you this letter. It's from Pavel Radzik. I assume it's a prank of some kind.
Sounds about right.
He hands you over a old-style sealed letter that has a wax seal on the back of it, and someone has stamped in, like, a dagger signet on it.
A dagger? That sounds all right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Baron, and thank you for your concern. Thank you for letting me know. I'll make sure to try to keep that thing in one piece for you, mostly for my sake as well.
That's good, because you don't own it. The company owns it.
That's yes.
And I'm the one who has to repair it.
Indeed.
And I've seen your mechanical skills. You are truly appalling.
Well, it's a fact that I didn't really feel like I had to learn much due to
Your entire lance feels that way, in fact.
Well, I used to try, but now, I can't really explain their situation to you, honestly. I'm the one who's doing all
the glasses back off, starts cleaning them again.
Yes. Personally, man, I'm the only one that's able to do anything other in the mix up besides shooting and piloting.
Have you considered broadening your skills?
Well, yeah. I was doing that when I was, what was I? Some intelligence, I don't even remember anymore.
Oh, but, with Miss Crimson, yes.
Yes. I was learning quite a bit from her.
It seems like she hates you.
A lot of people hate me.
Yeah, I was going to say it seems like a lot of people hate you.
Yeah.
It's surprising given that you were managed to talk the entire crew down from treason.
Yeah. I don't really blame them for hating me. I've seen our Lance. Yeah. I've been getting shot because of one of them and put in a situation getting shot again.
Have you ever considered that the 4 of you together might be some of the worst human beings the Innosphere has ever produced?
I don't like to be included in that, but no, yeah, I've considered that greatly since,
it's the year 3050, so there's been a lot of humans.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I haven't murdered any pilots yet, so, nor do I plan to. That's kind of...
That's good, because you are a pilot, and I assume that if you were ever forced to eject, you would not want to be shot.
I don't want to be shot any point, really. I mean, besides while I'm in the mech, obviously, but...
You've never struck me as a particularly chivalrous person, Bandito, so it's interesting to hear this from you.
Well, not a lot of people tend to talk to me.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure everyone tries to talk to you. They just hate you.
Yeah. You're really the only neutral person, as far as I can tell right now.
That is because I hate everyone with the same level of general disinterest.
I respect that.
Thank you.
Well, Baron, I guess you might want to get back to your duties or something. I got a lot of work with that clan mech. Took a big beating that last battle.
Well, I'll be taking a look over all of the mechs, of course, but I assume that the Warhammer 2 will indeed look like garbage.
Yeah.
Well, salvage operations are ongoing, so hopefully that new guy in the Orion does a good job, but I'll leave you to whatever it is you're doing. Please, as a reminder, take even the most basic level of mechanical courses. If you mech warriors could help out even slightly in the mech bay, I would appreciate it.
I will do that, sir.
And if you see Howler, make sure he knows to clean up his cockpit.
I feel like you're better off asking the XO for that than me. Kind of has like a grandpa, grandkid kind of relationship going on with that.
Understood. Sorry, I actually don't care. I mean, I've told you what you need to do. Speak to Howler.
Yeah, all right. I'll let the XO know.
Understood. So he turns around awkwardly, puts his glasses back on, and then you see him pointing at some people in the cafeteria, and it's like, you're supposed to be on shift. Come with me immediately.
Well, that's like the first normal conversation I had with somebody in this place. And I don't know how long. That's kind of bad. Never mind. I guess I'll go ahead.
When you say that, someone slaps you on the back, and it's like, so you wish to have normal conversation in this place? Shit. Let us sit down and talk, bandito.
I'm guessing it's Pavel.
It's Pavel Radzik and his 4 Russian friends. These are the members of the artillery vehicle that you guys hired off of a pirate band.
Yeah. Hey, Pavel.
Yeah, they all have really scruffy beards. They're covered in engine grease and gunpowder, and he's just like, oh, you do not ask how I'm doing. You just say, hey, like, that is our relationship. I thought we were very close.
You know, the constant, I can't think of the word right now. The whole
taunting?
Yeah.
Aggravating?
Yeah.
Antagonizing?
Yeah.
Bullying? Inciting? These are all things that we do to you, yes. Collectively, all 5 of us.
Yeah.
It is because we are comrades. And also because you are a coward. He begins pushing you towards a bench, and the other Russians are like pulling the bench out for you, and 2 of them are like helping you sit down.
Well, at least I'm a coward that's alive.
So when you say that, he goes, oh, so let us talk about that. And then he pulls out a revolver and puts a bullet in one of the chambers and spins it, sets it on the table in front of you, and is like, well, bandito, now is the time. You have proven yourself to be a worthy mech warrior and a great companion to Pavel Radzik. But how lucky is this man, Vincent Gray? You really? Nah, so yeah, the 2 Russians are holding you down. The other 2 are sitting across the table from you, looking at you, and Pavel is just looming as close to your face as he can get. Why don't you take the gun and find out, bandito? Just how lucky is this man, Vincent Gray? Just how alive.
Spend it, right?
Yes, of course I spend it. There's no way I would want the bullet to end up in the first chamber by accident.
Is there any way I can tell that the current cylinder in the chamber the current chamber has the bullet in it?
Do you have 6th sense?
I believe so, yeah.
All right. Let's make a 6th sense roll. You do. You do have 6th sense.
I think that's one of the things that we guaranteed. All right, so we'll roll 3.
So, as far as this goes, you get 3 dice. You needed to get a 4, and you're looking to make pairs or trios or combinations of the same die.
Well,
that is
I got
a failure.
2 ones.
Yeah, that's a super failure.
Yeah.
You're lucky that last one didn't come up as a 1 as well, or real bad things would have happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're playing back in time. You saw the cylinder spinning. You thought you caught where the bullet went, but then he spun the gun around and the cylinder jerked a little more before snapping into place. You have no idea where that bullet is.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to not. No, I don't feel that lucky right now.
Bandito, 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 bandito.
Uh-huh.
You really think we would let our comrade die? We're just having a little bit of fun.
Now, I know that all good and well, but my luck tends to be terrible at times.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like your luck has been pretty good.
Well, in the more extreme cases, no, not really. The whole... I'm pretty sure you remember the whole thing where Goldstag recommend me one place. They actually ended up, making a deal with the mafia members, and I got shot in the leg because of it.
Yes, but you lived.
Barely. I believe.
You are alive now and are well.
Yeah.
Here is the secret, my friend. The longer you survive, the happier you should be.
That's why I don't want to take the chance of pulling that trigger.
My friend, look, Pavel Radzik and his boys, we are very bored now. In the last battle, we expended all of the ammunition in our vehicle. It moves slowly, it only has machine guns now. We can't even defend the spaceport with it. Essentially, we are on vacation until this operation is over. Maybe we do some technical work, but we spent most of today just cleaning out the barrel. It was garbage. Might need to get it replaced, actually. So all we are looking for is a little entertainment. But he gestures and the men take their hands off of their shoulders. If you say that you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. It's not like we'll judge you or anything.
I mean, you do that anyway, so what matter? What difference would that make?
Oh, bendito. I thought we were friends here, and now you are saying these things to me?
But you just went through a whole list that guys just mess with me with.
That's true, but we do it because we are friends. Comrades.
And we are friends.
We have killed for each other, or I have killed for you. You have not killed for me. It's
true. Not really in a situation where I would be able to kill with you at the moment, I don't think. Yeah. Now, I do trust friendship here, but as far as playing good old Russian roulette, I don't feel very lucky.
Oh, bandito.
I feel like I did that a whole lot when I was in the Wolverine, so...
This is why you are the most disliked person in this unit. You just won't play along with anything.
When it involves death, yes.
The bullet was a blank, bandito. Come on now. Do you think Valkyrie is going to let me have you shoot yourself in the head?
I really don't know the answer to that question, to be honest.
Wow. You are only proving how disliked you are.
Everybody hated me to begin with. So
you have a unique talent at making people dislike you.
Well, I believe everybody disliked me to begin with, so it's kind of like
exactly.
The only one that didn't dislike me was good old Crow. But
no, I'm pretty sure he disliked you as well.
Probably.
He was a polite and congenial man, but you all were walking disasters. So
I believe I told him multiple times about that as well. So yeah. Honestly, half of us should probably be in jail by now.
Yeah, I mean, you did kill that guy.
What guy you're talking about?
The fact that you have to ask that question is very worrying. But I meant the prisoner that died under mysterious accidental circumstances.
No, that wasn't me at all.
So you're saying someone...
I believe I was unconscious during that situation anyway, but...
I think that you might want to get better at, talking to law enforcement officials. It seems that you aren't very good at it.
Well, indeed. I'm not. I've never been really a talker.
Look, Bandito, as much as I would love to try to get you to take this pistol and shoot yourself in the head with it, you haven't opened my letter yet. I can see it right there in your hand.
Well, I mean, I was about to open it by the time you came in, and
That's true. That's true. I do appear and disappear at mysterious times, often when the most comedy can be felt.
yeah. Or some points it feels like it's been called out or something. Anyway, you say it's a blank, huh?
He snatches the pistol up off and takes the bullet back out, and he's like, yes, it was blank. You notice that it was in the next chamber.
The one that would have went as soon as I pulled the hammer?
Yep.
Yeah. Good thing I didn't trust that. Anything else, Pavel, before I open this letter?
No, I will sit here and watch you open letter.
Okay. I'll go ahead and open the letter.
It's a letter of challenge, calling you out to the mech bay to run a simulated battle between you and Hallaby Crossroads, call sign Heller. It's written very formally, like old school style. Like, I, Hallaby Crossroads, pilot of the Wolfhound, do hereby challenge Bandito, aka Vincent Gray, to a one-on-one duel in the simulator at such and such time and place.
Does this, like, the writing seem very off character of
Oh,
Heller?
no, I wrote it for him. I'm his second
okay.
in this duel. You must now also pick a second.
Wait, what?
Yes, you are going to duel. You bring seconds to duel. Don't you know anything about dueling?
Seconds, but what you mean, like
A man to
another-
stand by you, and also to help resolve crisis in case anything bad happens. Don't you have someone, like a good friend, who will stand by your side? Now that I'm saying it out loud, I am questioning the wisdom.
The only people I've trusted would feel like that they. I mean, one of them that I actually trusted to begin with got me shot. Yeah,
Look,
and McGurk wouldn't do it. Actually, McGurk's probably with him. Maybe check with the captain, see what he's doing.
you wish to speak with the captain then. He will be your second.
Sure.
And you accept this duel.
Yeah.
Very well. I will go back to Hallaby and tell him the good news.
Go ahead.
So he raises a hand. All of the Russians stand up at the same time, and he snaps a finger and says, Pavel Redzik and the boys, out. And they all, like a greaser gang.
I really need to figure out a list of people I actually trust in this place.
I suggest you do that for the actual Battletech show.
Man, this is all eye-opening, to be honest.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, I guess I'll go get, but ask the captain, see if he'll join me, and then
All right.
go to this duel.
So most of the dropship, you have shared bunks, right? Like, you share a bunk with the other three members of your lance. All of the lances are the same. And then most of the ratings, have like open bunking where dozens of people will sleep. The dropship crew more or less gets a double bunk. They get kind of a step up above everybody. But Harridan, Captain Maxwell Harridan, has a private bunk that says Mech Commander, Captain Maxwell Harridan. And the Mech Commander is... It's not just a steel tiling. The Mech Commander one is black with gold lettering to let you know that it's a super fancy title.
Yeah. Is there like a spot where there's trophy for his first kill?
Yeah, when you knock on the door and it opens, there is like a giant gold Roman numeral 1 painted on the wall. Ah, Herodin here. Is that Gray? Look.
Yeah, are you still a little bit deaf or?
No, it's my cyber eyes. They're acting up.
Oh, okay.
Look, can you come over here and help? Look, the right ocular lens needs to be focused.
Sure thing, sir. I'll go over there and help him out as best as I can.
So yeah, this is a tall British man. Very, very formal. And when you stick his eye back in place, he's got like 2 telescopic green cybernetic eyes. He goes, thank you, Gray. I've been waiting for someone to come by. I didn't want to call out or anything, but figured someone would come see me eventually. You know how it is. Things just sort of happen around here whenever you need them.
Sometimes when you don't.
So, what do you need me for? Need another request to training? Perhaps another date with 9 lives?
No, I was actually apparently Howler's been not apparently. Howler's challenged me to a duel, and I apparently needed someone to be as a wingman type of situation.
A second.
Yes.
My family is very wealthy. I know about this culture.
I didn't. Yeah. Anyway, if you don't mind, sir, if you're not too busy, there's not a lot of people I trust here. Considering Goldstag got me shot that one time, and pretty sure McGurk just straight out hates me.
Bandito.
Yeah.
I know that you're an orphan, and the times are tough. We're in the middle of a very, very difficult operation. But
nothing new.
Our lance is all that we have together. And if we need to kill Haller in the middle of the night and steal his mech, we absolutely will do that.
I want to pretend you didn't say that.
We spoke about it at length several times.
I don't think I was there.
The rest of the lance definitely did.
I'm pretty sure you and McGurk spoke to each other alone, because you usually do that.
I'm
Even
fairly certain that you were there, and if you weren't, I wanted you to be.
Fair.
Besides, how would you know we talked about it unless we had mentioned it to you at some point?
You two tend to be talky with each other a lot in private.
That's true. That's true. The point is, Bendito, as much as I like to mute your microphone while we're on missions because you are awful at negotiating with the enemy, seriously, every attempt you have ever had to speak with another human being on the battlefield, you have managed to enrage them.
I haven't done that, and
that's because we mute your microphone.
That's fair.
I consider myself something of a father figure to you, Bendito.
Please don't.
And that is why I will be willing to stand as your second here.
Okay. Sir, you're not that much older than me.
It's okay. I'm very patronizing.
Yes, you are. Glad the eyes are working for you.
Just nods in agreement. Well, it seems that you have a Devastator to prepare for the simulator.
Yeah.
Who is their second?
I honestly don't remember. Who was the second? Was it Pavel?
Pavel.
It was Pavel and them.
I will go speak with Pavel, and I will place a large wager on your victory. On your victory. There's no way you couldn't win. You have twice the weight that he does, and 4 times the firepower.
Yeah. I mean, my chances are good.
Half of your mech's weight in armor. No, that's the wrong way to say it. Your mech's armor is half of his mech's weight. You could pretty much just fall on him to death.
I mean, if it gets close enough, yeah.
So, what I'm saying here is, I'm placing a very large wager. Don't mess this up. That's an order.
Understood.
Then get down to the mech bay, mech warrior, and suit up.
Yes, sir. Now go ahead that way.
All right. So several minutes later, you and Howler are both in your Mech Warrior jumpsuits, putting on your neuro helmets and entering your cockpits. Howler is this scrawny teenager who hasn't quite reached 18. It's not really clear how old he actually is, but he waves over at you. Is like, "Hey, Bandito, you're going down this time, buddy."
I'm guessing it's like he's tried this many, many times before, and he kept on losing. Yeah, but good luck.
All right. So when you get into the simulated environment, you plug yourself into your mech. The HUD shows up, but instead of showing the dropship bay, it kind of shows this enormous open grasslands with just a few trees and a small hillock that has the flag of Crow's Black on a pole, Mario style, waving.
It's like capture the flag, capture the King of the Hill or something.
When your sensors begin to light up, you see that he's on the far side of the hill. And you can very barely see the top of his mech. And a countdown starts. 5, 4, 3. So let's roll initiative.
What do I need to roll?
It's 2 dice for you because you don't have any skills. And Heller actually is very quick.
He is in a light mech, so yeah.
That's true. His total is probably unbeatable by you because it's literally higher than 12. So, yeah. He begins charging forward immediately and blasts up on jump jets, sailing through the air. His mech looks like a kind of metallic man in a metal suit. And he holds out his arms and begins firing out his large laser in one of his arms.
Just man, you're just saying, like, so when are they making jump jets?
Let's see here. And you get a defense roll using your number of defense dice, which are 2.
Enjoyable. I'll just go ahead and roll this.
So let's see here. You got a 6. I also have a 6, which means that you take this blast on your armor, and it does not deal enough damage to be significant.
Okay. So
you immediately over the comms hear from Hal, and he's just like, "Ha! Eat that old shit!"
What is that? I guess is it my turn to retaliate?
It is. What are you doing?
I'll go ahead and do an alpha strike.
All right, a bold move. That requires activation, right? So it takes a...
No, that's...
It's got build up and activation.
Does it have activation? If it's not activation, then I'll go ahead and just shoot the... No, I'll do alpha. I'll do the activation with the alpha strike.
All right, you start the alpha strike activation.
Yep.
What? Now, see, because I didn't build this one. You built this one. What does activation mean in this case? I know build up means that you can't do it until the next turn.
Activation means it takes a turn for it to build up. I submit my action this turn to let everything charge up, get everything aimed properly. So essentially, it's like I have my target locked on him currently, getting ready to blast him with everything.
How is that different from build up?
Build up is after I use it, I have to wait a turn.
Ah, there we go. All right, yeah. You start charging your everything, and he's like, "Oh shit!" He does not have Gauss rifles. He doesn't require a few seconds before he does a blast. So he's actually going to alpha strike with all of his lasers as he vomits a rainbow of red, blue, and green lasers at you.
Okay. Just go ahead and roll my 2d4.
Oh, yeah. Great. That's going to be bad for you.
Got a 6.
I got a 16. All right, so it's 16 times... Oh, so it's
6, 10...
It's 10 times 5 is 15.
But with armor, it makes it times 3.
How much armor do you have?
2.
3. You have 3 points of armor.
2. So it's only times 2.
So each point of armor reduces the DX. So yeah, it's down to 2. So you are going to take 20 points of damage.
That goes my health. That was a good shot, buddy.
And he takes 15 points of endurance damage. As his mech begins overheating, you can see the waves coming off of it. He gently glides down on the jump jets, and the grass that he lands near immediately bursts into flames 5 meters in every direction. He continues running straight towards you at high speed, and he's just like, "That's it, Bandito! You're about to eat my lightning kick!" Ah!
I guess that's the point where I go ahead and unload with the Alpha Strike.
Very well.
Go ahead and unload with the Alpha Strike.
Oh, you are also impaired. Because I rolled a double 6 and succeeded.
Okay.
You have a -1 to all of your rolls for the rest of the combat.
Okay. So it means instead of a 7, it will be 66.
This is bad.
I believe I got that right. So yeah. Not.
Wow, a 6 is your best? All right. You have 6, he has 4.
So
that's a
it's
2
times
difference.
6.
Times 6 is 12, which is not great for him either. Dropping him down to 28. Yeah, you let go of your Alpha Strike. What is involved in an Alpha Strike for a Devastator?
It's pretty much the Gauss rifles will fire first and hit first. Everything will fire at the same time, but the Gauss rifles will hit first because it's like 2 trash cans going at the speed of light, right?
Yeah. Not speed of light, but several times the speed of sound.
Yeah, several times the speed of sound. So, and the PPCs take a while to get there. So I have like these first will hit like the medium lasers kind of bouncing around all his torso. Then the Gauss rifles will come in, pounding on the chest, and then the PPCs will come in last, more than likely.
All right. Yeah. The Gauss rifles miss, or this thing would be toast.
Yeah.
But fortunately for you, the PPCs slam into this poor wolfhound and spin it around physically. The kinetic strike of these giant lightning bolts hitting forces him to stumble back. It's not great for him. He immediately follows up. He puts his right arm over his left arm and holds out his 3 laser barrels as he continues to charge directly towards you. Absolutely no attempt to dodge. And says, "Eat triple laser death!"
You should really attempt to dodge. So I need to roll my 2d6.
Yeah, I got a 16 again.
That's not right.
How many dice were you off by?
3. So it would be 2.
But you're impaired, so you only get 1 defense die.
Oh, so it'd be 1.
I'll just take your 1 at the beginning.
Yeah. So it'd be 1, but I have 3 armor, so his DX would be 1.
Yeah, so you take 15 points of damage from this.
All right.
Your mech is big, but the one problem is your cockpit is super exposed. Like, despite the fact that this mech is huge, for some reason they put the cockpit in the forward front completely exposed, and he's spraying lasers all over it. The front part polarizes. Your eyes kind of flash back as you're like, ah! And heat levels begin soaring in your mech. What do you want to do? You can hear people outside your mech, like, cheering. People are like, no!
I'll go ahead and do a called shot Gauss cockpit.
Oh, boy.
Called Gauss shit. Yeah.
All right. Okay. You get 7 dice towards this.
Yep.
Heller got... Oh, boy. Man, he was so close to having a critical failure. Oof, he got a 4. You got a... Wow, did you really only get a 6?
Yeah. It's amazing.
All right.
So...
Your rolls so far have been just not as good as Battletech rolls, huh?
No, not yet.
They've been pretty bad. So that's 2.
He does get impaired. Because it does have... The call shot does get impairing. I do take 10 endurance...
So impairing requires you to make a choice. Either you can deal no damage, or you have to deal at least a quarter of his health in order to calculate impairing, which this actually does do. 12 points of damage does deal enough. Impairing doesn't just automatically impair people.
That's right.
So he's down to 16 health.
So automatically impair anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you fire some Gauss rifles at his cockpit.
Yep.
Both Gauss rifles slam into his shoulders. Neither of them hit the cockpit per se, but there's significant
quite a bit.
armor loss. Yeah, the whole mech just gets upended, right? The torso falls backwards as the legs continue to go forwards. He's in the middle of lighting off a jump, so just twists and then slams him back down into the ground. It bounces the mech off of the ground at 50 tons. It's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah. All right.
He starts standing up and starts jump jetting into the air to do a power fist into you. And then quickly switches fists and uses his large laser to try to blast you in the head from above. And you can hear him over the comms go, Kya!
You really need you're supposed to jump behind me.
Wow, it's a 10.
Fucking 1.
Wow. 9 times 1 is 9 damage. How are you doing, sir? I believe you've run out of health.
I'm out of health, but I still have endurance.
All right. So at this point, blood is running down your face. Your mech's computer is like, warning, armor damage critical. Cockpit damage critical. Health systems nominal. Do you wish to eject?
No, I'm going to shoot my PPCs.
Do you wish to eject?
No, I want to shoot my PPCs.
It just keeps asking you if you want to eject.
All right, I'm just going to shoot my PPCs.
You slap the override button and you fire the PPCs at the Wolfhound, which is in true anime fashion, in slow motion, jumping towards you with the laser, burning towards your cockpit. All right, he's got 3 defense dice. Oh boy,
6.
That's
still not great.
Bad. Did this not roll?
So it's 6 minus whatever.
There we go.
So 4 times
well, I
5.
Got 2.
So it'd be 4 times 5.
Times 5 is 20. Yeah, you knock out his health, and he's going to go down with that. You slam into his mech. It physically stops in place, and his cockpit, the whole head of the mech, instead of just the cockpit, ejects off. As the Wolfhound drops to the ground, you can hear the whine of a fusion engine beginning to go off, and your mech's computer is like, warning, incoming fusion strike. Avoid.
Start backing up slowly.
As it explodes, once again, your cockpit will
do the shield
black over in order to protect your eyes. And you hear a hissing noise as your cockpit unseals. Pavel Radzik throws in a beer for you as sweat is pouring off of you. You can hear the captain outside just like, that's right. I will take all of those kroners. Thank you very much. I knew that my boy could do it.
Yeah, I was just giving everybody a show. Never mind. It's like, what's with my aim today?
Yeah, so Howler is pulled out of his cockpit. He's got some blood running down his nose, and he like points across the mech bay to you, and he's like, I'll get you next time, Bandito. I almost had you.
You make sure next time try to get around me.
What? Tough when we open field and we're running towards each other.
Use your speed to your advantage.
I did. I closed with you. I was super close to you, bud.
You want to jump around. Dude, you're going straight forward to a thing that has 2 Gauss and 2 PPCs. Not good idea.
Trying to get in your minimum range. That's what the Sarge told me to do.
Sarge?
Yeah.
You mean the XO?
Yeah. He'll always be a sergeant to me.
That's cute, kid.
Oh, man. Like, he was just messing around, but when you say that's cute, kid, he throws his neuro helmet into his mech cockpit and is like, you want to fight, Bandito? You want to throw down?
No.
You hear someone slam something on the gantry next to the mechs, and everyone turns to look. It's the commander of the unit, Commander Crystal Loft. She's still got the eye patch over her eye where she lost it over core,
Right.
She just goes, all right, everyone's had your fun here. Bandito, I need you to get back in your mech and out into the city. We need patrols up and running. We have no idea when or where DCMS forces will be coming from. And I, for one, will not be caught by the snakes.
Yes, ma'am.
And Bandito,
Yes.
Howler, next time you want to take one of my mechs out, could you consider asking permission or filling out the paperwork?
Wait, what? Wait, she's saying that I took a mech
The simulator battle right here.
Ah, I gotcha. Apologies, ma'am. I thought Howler already took it. You know what? That's my fault. I'll take the blame for this one.
Bandito, I want to point out that the words you speak most often to me are, that's apologies, ma'am. Perhaps you could in the future find yourself in a situation where you aren't always apologizing to me.
I will try my best.
I have high expectations for you.
That's good to hear, ma'am. I'm going to go out and go patrol now.
That's a good idea. Try not to get ambushed and killed out there, or at least if you do, scream loudly before you go down.
I will use my communications expertise to my most advantageous. Yeah, will do, ma'am.
I will make sure that you're not muted on the command channel.
That would be, muted? Oh, right, never mind. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Go get ready to go out and patrol.
All right. Yeah, you begin seating up your Devastator. As you walk out into the city, there are people nearby who, in their homes and in the spaceport, in businesses, they've got their futuristic version of iPhones and are taking pictures of your mech. They're like snapping photos. People are calling you on their cell phones to your cockpit communicator wanting to speak to you. Sometimes people are like holding signs up in the middle of the city. As you crunch your way across the spaceport is designed to take drop ships. So it can take the weight of your mech, but you have the weightiest mech in existence at 100 tons.
Yeah.
And when you go out into the city, the reinforced ferrocrete just shatters, and the city streets have your mech footprint imprinted on them.
Sorry. I just keep pressing the hang up button, the red button every time the call
you just
comes
reject
in.
all local calls.
Yeah.
All right, the Skype call noise ends, and you continue traveling out into the city. You pick up on the seismic sensors that you set out near the factory and the spaceport. Something at long range. Can you make a 6th sense roll real quick?
Great. So just a regular 3d6, or am I still impaired technically?
No, I feel like you're unimpaired by this point.
Okay.
Yeah, you've had a few minutes to sit down and rest, catch your breath.
6.
6 is good enough. You needed a 4. This is a 100-ton mech approaching you through the city. It's using the freeway, which is actually rated to handle that level of weight. It's traveling not exactly perfectly towards you, but it's moving through the city in such a way that it will intercept you if you continue to move in the direction that you're going. But more importantly, you recognize the signature of this mech. You push your sensors to the maximum, and this is the same mech that helped destroy your family's farm. It's an Atlas known as Excalibur Ascending, and it's piloted by a man named Kenneth Cross.
Shit. I'll report back. I can't remember the intelligence officer's name.
Crimson. Ginny Pie.
Genie Pie. Yes. Genie Pie, can you hear me?
That's Specialist Pie.
I'm a specialist. I apologize. Specialist Genie Pie. Currently, I have a 100-ton mech on the sensors.
Yes, I am reading your mech there.
Yeah. I'm going to investigate.
What are you investigating again?
more to investigate.
The only mech I see out there is yours.
What? I'll look back to the sensor.
There's some fuzz coming over the communicator. Bandito, can you hear me?
Specialist. But I'll just try to keep boosting the signal somehow.
Yeah, you've lost the signal. And you hear a voice calling out over local channels. Your communicator is blinking red, indicating that someone is trying to attempt mech-to-mech communication with you.
I'll accept the call.
Terrorist pilot, this is Kenneth Cross, commander of Kenneth Cross Extreme Unlimited and supporting mercenary company. I have come on behalf of the people of this great planet and the Draconis Combine Mustard Soldiery in order to put an end to your villainy.
All right. Really? You sure you want to do this, bud? I'd hate to cause a big ruckus here in the city. I don't know why a lot of people like to stay around with large mechs, but they do.
Well, I'm assuming they like the grandeur of it. Anyway, cowboy, I have a suggestion. If you don't want to do this here, there's a parking garage between your and my position. Let's open our cockpits, step out on the top level, and we can talk, man to man. See if maybe we can resolve this situation.
I don't think I can do that.
Afraid of getting your face seen, terrorist?
Yeah. No, that would be...
Just wear your neuro helmet. Put on a large pair of glasses. Look, listen here, boy. I'm giving you a chance. And as a mercenary, I don't need to give people many chances. Your company, whatever you people are doing here, you're terrorists. You're killing civilians. You're blowing up infrastructure. If you have a mercenary contract, it's not with Comstar, and therefore it's not legal. I'm going to give you a chance to explain yourself, son.
All right. Start. All right. I'll meet you there.
All right. So your Atlas and his Devastator are both in the same weight class, but yours has almost twice the firepower of his mech. But his is specifically designed to look terrifying. It has a giant skull face on it, and was psychologically designed to be as scary as possible when it was developed. And as the cockpit opens up, the tiny man steps out and goes into the parking garage area with only a knife and a gun, auto pistol on his hip. And he gestures for you to get out of your mech. Now I'm trusting you here, partner, to just step out of your mech. Man to man, honorably.
Damn it, morals. Yeah, I'll open the mech. Step out on the parking lot. Probably the same gear. Neural helmet and whatnot, covering face.
I want to tell you a story, pilot. About a young man I met just a few months ago. Alexa, stop. Oh, my goodness. In the middle of recording, too.
You didn't actually get to mute your mic there.
Yeah, I noticed I didn't mute it either.
Yeah.
Look, this is the reason that during the podcast, I'm just going to cut this whole conversation out.
Yeah. All right.
I met a young man a few months ago. I don't think he knew that I recognized him, but I did. He was a troubled young man. His family had lost everything to me and my company. His family stood against me, stood against the company, stood against the government of the planet, tried to claim that land as their own while they were grazing. And I was wrong. I had a contract, and I did it. And when that young man appeared before me again, I was concerned. There was a room full of people, but that man looked like he was getting ready to murder me. But he didn't. Because he's a good, honorable man. And I'm going to give you the same chance I gave him. He walked out of that building with a limited edition Kenneth Cross Extreme Tanker Edition Introductory 101 course for a very reasonable price. And a man like you could walk away from this terrorist lifestyle. I want to offer you a chance to join Kenneth Cross Extreme. We'll take you away from the Draconis Combine mustard soldiery. You and your mech will stay together. We'll send you anywhere in the inner sphere that's not the Draconis Combine. Give you a new identity. You just give up this lifestyle. Work on the straight and narrow. Be an honorable man like that kid that I met. I bet right now he's with his wife that he brought. The two of them are learning tanking courses. Probably settling down to have a kid together. Beautiful baby. Wearing a cowboy hat with red hair.
Unfortunately, I cannot accept this proposition you're coming for me.
What's holding you back, son? Is it the price? Is it pride? Why do you persist in doing what you're doing? Just walking through this city, you're disrupting the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. You're destroying the infrastructure, electricity, water. What do you think runs under these roads?
Currently, it's loyalty to my company. So,
I understand.
Again,
No, I understand. There's no reason to explain it. I, too, have a number of people loyal to me as well. As the owner and CEO and board president of Kenneth Cross Extreme Unlimited, I try to cultivate loyalty in everyone around me. They say time is the most precious resource, but they're wrong. It's loyalty.
sir, I'll have to I'll have to.
It's all right. There's no need for words. I understand. What do you think? We get back in our mechs, turn and walk 10 paces away, turn back and get started?
Sounds good to me.
All right, then. You kill me. I want you to remember that story I told you about that young man. I want you to think about what it takes for a man to walk away from revenge. What it takes for an orphan who spent his whole life looking for revenge to walk away. I hope you have half that much honor after you kill me.
Suppose I will.
All right, then.
Let's go ahead and get in my mech.
He gets in his mech. Your sensors are acting up. Can you make another 6 sense roll for me?
Sure. 4.
All right, yeah. Your sensors are starting to pick up something like a hyperpulse generator transmission that's coming from directly above the parking garage.
Is that normal for that to pick up?
No. It's extremely abnormal. You'll probably die if this radiation pulse goes off. Like, it's a deadly weapon.
I'll kind of message good old Kenneth Cross out of Goodwill's. Yeah, Kenneth Cross.
Yep.
There's currently, I don't know if you're picking up.
I'm picking up some sensor interference here. I can't get a hold of my men.
Yeah, there's currently a hyperpulse generator thing going on.
Oh, that can't be
us.
right. No, who would aim a hyperpulse generator at a planet? They would aim it at the Comstar facility.
I have no idea, but it's not going to end well if we stay here.
So the gravel that you generated by walking across the city streets begins raising off the ground and floating into the air, and several motorcycles and bikes that are parked on top of the parking garage begin lifting up and moving into the air. Kenneth Cross is like, terrorist pilot, are you seeing this shit?
Yeah, I'm seeing this shit.
Larger and larger vehicles begin lifting up into the air and moving to collect at a distant point in the sky.
Yeah, I don't think we should be here.
I'm moving my mech away then. Good luck.
Yeah, you too.
All right. Your mech begins getting pulled, as do several trees and large chunks of concrete around you. As your mech not designed to jump at all, begins floating into the air.
A whole 100 tons?
Yes. The Atlas is going as well, and he's just like, what the shit is happening here?
I don't know.
As the two of you begin, your mechs get closer and closer together. You begin traveling towards a wormhole that opens above your mechs and sucks both of you in. Strobe lights, flashes, light goes on and off. Your mech sensors are overloading and exploding around you. The only thing you know and can see in the brief flashes of lightning and strobe are that your mechs are moving farther away from each other. And then there's nothingness for a few seconds, and an enormous force of your mech colliding with the ground. And that's what we'll pick up when we have all three players together.
Welcome to AP Gaming Real, IseKollision, with your host and game master, Arthur Perkins.
Welcome back to IseKollision, Episode 1. I'm still Arthur Perkins. This is still AP Gaming Real. Last, let's say, section of episode, last arc, we had the person who's been on the most recent show. And now we have the person who's got the oldest character. I mean, Toby's got to be like 3 years old now. He's so old that Cotton and Pondo, the other players on the show, both started watching the show that he was on.
So that's how old the written character is. The character himself is like 4,000 years old.
Yeah, he's super, super old. What can you tell us about Toby the Killer Droid?
Wow, well, Toby was created by a Sith Lord to carry out assassination missions. And he was dang good at it and did it for a long time. He had his memory wiped, though, and was put into a simple medical droid body. And so was just doing that for a while until he joined up with a crazy crew of adventurers, which is all detailed in Edge of the Empire.
Shadows of War.
Shadows of War. Yeah. Watch it. I loved it. So much fun.
And in the last couple of episodes, you found your son. He's actually on the screen right now. A droid that had been made with your programming, who considers you to be his father, who's like a droid force messiah.
Yeah, he was super into figuring out how to get droids to use the force. I only recently learned that there is one force using droid in canon.
Skippy, the force using droid.
I didn't know about this, and if I had known previously,
super non-canon, like most of Star Wars. It was non-canon before Disney bought. Everything.
No. They sold a sticker or something, so they like messed up, and now it's canon. Anyways, when we found my son, I said, yeah, that sounds like a grand mission. And so we set off. We bid adieu to the crew and the ship, which I think I owned at that point.
Yeah, it had changed hands several times.
Yeah, I outlived all the other owners, so hand-me-down ship, and I handed it down. And yeah, off I went for more adventures, hitherto unwatched and unheard until now.
So we get the typical, everything we've just said is the Star Wars intro text rolling across the screen, but probably in way more fancy wording and less a conversation between two people. Mm-hmm. And the Black Starfield comes down to a Lambda shuttle that is currently maneuvering through an asteroid field. And we cut into there and we see your son, who with two of his arms is adjusting his robes and the other two is making calculations on the jump drive. says, "Father, soon this will be completed. I'm taking you to the core world, hidden in between several black holes that eclipse the signature of the planet and prevent outsiders from finding it. We have continued to practice Jedi and Sith Force teachings to become ultimate beings."
Well, excellent. I mean, how long? We've set course already?
It will be several days' travel.
All right. Can still work on the dosages for these death sticks then.
Whatever you feel is necessary. Your medical training, I'm sure, will provide you everything you need to know, Father, about selling death sticks.
Right.
However,
Well, after the incident on Kashyyyk, we can't afford another one of those,
your history is long and storied. I wanted to begin training you in the Force, Father.
Well,
He hits the light speed thing, and you jump into light speed. The Force is more than just a thing to throw lightsabers with. We can recreate it with technology. Throwing and pulling lightsabers using launchers and ropes. Mind tricks using drugs. Casting our presence with communication technology. Lifting objects with propulsors. The Jedi and the Sith and their philosophies are mistaken to feel that the Force is so special that droids cannot use it, and that only a chosen few biologicals can be trained in it. Everyone,
bags think they're so great. I know.
Indeed, everyone on our planet practices in the Force at some level. I want you to have this, and he pulls 2 lightsabers out of his robes. I know that you already have lightsabers, but I constructed these by hand myself for you when you would need them.
Yes, I stole these off a dead teenage girl, so this seems much better, actually, for when people ask when I got them. Yes, a gift from my son. Thank you so much.
Also, those ones are pink and these are red, so...
Ooh, fancy. Yes, that does shine off the glint of the steel a bit better, yes. I will take them both and replace my old pink ones.
He takes the pink ones from you and slides them into his robe. Perhaps, by analyzing these lightsabers, we might be able to dissect the way to change the colors. All lightsabers created on our world are red.
Well, I mean, it's not too bad having like a signature style of lightsaber, really. If someone asked, we could say we made an aesthetic choice, not that we're incapable of changing. But no, it's a good idea. Look into it, personalization and all.
I hope that no one asks. I hope that no one ever finds our planet, and that we may continue to prosper, droids and biologicals, in peace and harmony. Practicing the Force.
Badass Force power, yes, on top of everything, yeah.
So he reaches under his robe and detaches something and hands a boxing device to you. It looks like a WWE championship belt. And he says, "Now, as you know, I was designed to operate with this, a hyperspace drive. Most hyperspace drives are sized for ships, like this Lambda-class shuttle, but as droids, we can operate in space indefinitely. With this hyperspace drive, I have traveled between planets for dozens, hundreds of years contemplating the Force, going to all the moons in our system. I want you to have it."
Strapping us on and zipping off, just one droid.
Yes. I feel it's going to be important for you.
I mean, sounds cool, but, seems like you're making a jump. Might as well bring a little something, make a profit, whatever. No, let me strap it on. Let me see.
So he stands up and heads to the back of the shuttle and says, "Father, I have something to show you. Please come with me."
Yeah, I pause for a second to admire myself in the reflection with like my new lightsabers and belt, championship
belt.
It
looks very sinister. I mean, you're a comical looking droid, but now you got 2 red lightsabers and a giant heavyweight championship belt.
Yeah, no one's gonna stab. All right, yeah, I follow.
In the thousands of years you've been alive, what is the most significant thing that has ever happened to you? What do you believe encompasses your core programming?
In my core programming, I remember just about fizzled out when the captain died, and I just kept injecting him with stim pack after stim pack after stim pack, his dead body, just oozing the stuff out of it. Highly illogical.
Even after thousands of years, such a recent event is the most important in your life. You must have been very close with him.
Well, losing Naga Sadao was very tough, but then, all the physical and mental abuse, got past that after a while, and there was the killing of all the children under his orders. All of that stuff you put behind you after a while,
Indeed. At that time, you had to do as you were ordered. You didn't have the same level of freedom that we have now.
Good expertise, though. You don't get very many droids with that many hours in assassination, so...
Most droids have their memory wiped after a time, I understand.
Well, I've heard that you can get, unstable droids. Right, like I've met less stable droids than a meat bag. Anyways, yes, I've heard that you could get unstable droids, but, rumors.
So you reach the back of the ship, and he says, Father, what do you know of the Force?
Well, I do remember, surrounding and binding things. Sounds rather like, one of the nuclear forces, possibly.
You fought beside, killed and worked for more Jedi and Sith than perhaps anyone else in history.
Yes, but everything that comes out of the mouth is half mumbo-jumbo. I mean, it's hardly scientific. Feel this and, work with that. And
he puts one of his 4 hands on her shoulder and says, I agree. That is why we try to be as direct as possible. One of the powers that the Force has is the ability to foretell the future and give down prophecies.
Right. And I know, we can work on some type of programming to, simulate
Indeed
outcomes, but...
As I mentioned, I've been drifting between moons, planets, stars for hundreds of years, waiting to meet you again, learning all that I can about the universe, attempting to run simulations, and a vision came to me. The time,
really?
and the place.
The high probability, you mean?
Indeed. That I would find you one day, Father.
Oh, well, bingo bango. You had it right on.
But there's more.
What else was in the simulation?
Someone will need you, Father. Someone who is not me. There is a time and a place where you will be needed. And while you're in light speed, he hits the button on the landing ramp, and the back part of the ship opens. Everything starts getting...
It's really good to be needed. Oh, God! What are you doing?
As the two of you are desperately hanging on and loose objects are being sucked out the back, he says, we'll be passing the black hole soon, Father. I'm going to need you to trust me. You have to let go. Go into the black holes and engage the hyperdrive.
Into the black hole? Are you mad?
I'm perfectly sane, Father, just like you. Droids aren't capable of going mad.
Okay, so I can simply just let go and I will be jettisoned into this thing?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I just let go. I love you, son!
I'll see you again soon, Father. He's transmitting it rather than saying it out loud.
Right.
At the speed of light, you hit a black hole.
Okay, yeah, and I switch on my goddamn
hyperspace drive.
Personal hyperspace belt.
You drift for a while in darkness, complete and total nothingness. Actually,
should have checked the coordinates. I wonder what.
After a time passed when your processors are capable of calculating,
was like,
You
and that's
see-
every game of solitaire done. What am I going to do next?
You see a platform approaching you in the distance, perhaps close, perhaps far.
Oh, finally, I'm starting to hallucinate. Or maybe not. I approach.
As you and your hyperdrive begin approaching it, you see a young girl waiting, 2 lightsabers at her hips, in Imperial uniform. This is Nile, the young Sith officer that you recently killed. She's standing at attention, waiting for you to arrive.
Am I like seeing this and I'm like moving at
Yes, towards it.
faster than light speed, but I'm just moving at a regular pace toward
Yes.
it? As if it's also moving or something?
Toby,
I didn't expect to see you here, actually. Hello.
the Force has called me here. 2 champions, 1 winner. One of us will go on to whatever it is, and the other will be here and dead. Or, in my case, I will become one with the Force. She draws her lightsabers cross style and lights them.
Yeah. I draw
Why did you
mine.
betray me, Toby? Why would you and your crew betray me? You were like fathers to me.
Look, most of that was, following captain's orders, you see.
You
yeah,
taught me
look,
everything I knew. When I came to the crew,
Look, I can't take that responsibility.
I
You
was
take
an
that back.
orphan, trying to be an intelligence operative, and you all raised me to be an Imperial officer and a Sith. And then you betrayed me! And you could see lightning beginning to shoot from the platform up into her hands. They begin streaking down her lightsabers. Why would you do this, Toby? Where was your loyalty? Where was your honor? You served Naga Sadao, and yet you would stab me in the back.
Well, you are no Naga Sadao, that is for sure. Bratty little girl that runs her mouth too often, and maybe if you hadn't, you wouldn't be here as a Force ghost trying to talk me down. Now listen here.
When you say that, she begins shrieking, takes her 2 lightsabers, and starts cartwheeling through the air towards you. Let's
I will
roll.
I will draw. Fire them up.
So I don't think you have any quickness at all, so you're both just rolling 2d6s.
So I can just number of dice to roll 2.
Yep.
Let's get this dice.
You got an 8 and you got a 6, so she's going first. She is going to take her lightsaber and just flip them in midair, using the Force to draw them back into her hands and try to double ice pick you from above, screaming as she comes down. So you get to roll your defense roll, which should be 2 dice against this. She's rolling 4 dice. She got a double 6, which is really bad for you.
Wow. Well, she's really good at killing people.
Yeah, I mean, so are you. You have a 5 versus 12. So she deals 35 points of damage to you, and she hits you with an impairing. So both of her lightsabers go through your shoulders. They don't stick, right? Like, you block it. She doesn't just disembowel you in one hit. But it's horrible. Like, you getting diagnostic warnings all over the place. There's some sort of fluid leaking out of one and electricity pouring out of the other. She's face to face with you while your lightsabers are pressing, and she's just screaming in your face, spittle flying everywhere.
Okay, do I have any advantages, like terrain advantages I can
You do not. It's a flat platform. You can use your jetpack to fly using your hyperspace device. You can just start flying across the arena if you want. You want to give yourself a terrain advantage by having the higher ground?
Yeah.
I'll give you 1 die for that, which will cancel out your impaired condition.
Okay. So
So are we going to do a test my flight roll again, or something?
Oh no, there's no. I mean, like you're good enough at flying. You don't need to test it. You're zooming around her because, like, you've had a jetpack before. You know how flying works.
Right.
This is no big deal. You're 4,000 years old and you're a droid. You learn things pretty dang quick. Yeah. What do you want to do here? I mean, she's practically disemboweled you in one hit. It's not great.
All right. I look at the new lightsabers for any like tricks on there. Like, is there like a delayed ignition or something?
So the base of the lightsabers have hooks. You've seen this before with several members of that planet that your son belongs to, where they'll throw a lightsaber at someone or eject it from something and then pull it back Spider-Man style.
Right.
So they have hooks like that on the bottom, but you don't have the mechanisms necessary. Yeah, you don't have a launcher.
I can get one installed. Well, I'll fly way above her and just like take some ranged attack shots at her.
All right, so you're hacking away the lightsabers and pulling out the blaster rifle?
Yeah, so I fly up. Let's see here. It's going to be 3. Yeah, I fly up Boba Fett style, just blasting laser bolts down at the platform.
Right. Yeah, she's using the lightsabers to block as many shots as possible.
Okay, so I get 2 + 1 for sharpshooter. Is that right?
You should have a skill that's just called blaster rifle already set.
Oh, all set up. Right.
Yep.
Okay, let's click that.
She has a defense of 2, which is horrible. Frankly, it's quite terrible. You have a 6, which means you beat her by 4 points. Your DX is 2, which means you hit her for 8 points.
Not bad for a blaster rifle.
Yeah, she's screaming in rage and frustration, completely unable to like rise up to meet you.
Like, come on, get a little more angry. Maybe you can get some force flight.
She tosses her right hand lightsaber up in the air, reaches out towards you, and you feel your hyperdrive straining as she begins crushing you with the force and trying to pull you down into the platform for a slam.
Okay, I will like completely reverse my jetpacks and try to slam into her. Like, use the downward momentum, but try to angle it over so I smash into her with my assault and battery attack.
All right, so I'm going to tell you, this is the thing you can do. You can counterattack her attack.
Mm-hmm.
To do this, you skip your next turn. And whoever loses is going to lose big. You don't count their defense roll if they lose. So the person that wins is going to deal maximum damage.
All right, maybe I should use my lightsaber.
Maybe you should use your lightsabers.
Yeah, I'll just come down with my lightsabers and like...
I will allow you to add your 2 points of flight towards this, since you are... So you'll have 7 dice to roll versus her.
So should I just change it to 7 real quick?
Yes.
Okay.
And change it back after you roll. Make sure to click out after you do it.
Right. Yeah, so I feel it, and like for just a second, I like continue pushing back so that she pulls even harder, and then like
the two of you begin moving towards it. You begin like flying towards her at high speed. She's only got 1 lightsaber to defend with, and is fully committed to this force throw. Yeah, that's a win on your part.
Yeah, that's some nice 6s there.
You hit with 12 times 4. She has a 0 defense because she lost, and she skips her next turn. Well, no, you skip your next turn. Yeah, 12 times 4 is what, 48? You nearly take her out with just that.
Wow.
You slam into her. She, just in time, manages to knock both your lightsabers away, but you cut up her outfit. There's a tear right across her stomach. And
okay, since I don't get a turn, I'll just have some dialogue.
This is your last chance. Unless you want to join the force, you should back off. You can continue haunting people, probably. That's like a force ghost thing, right?
She moves slowly towards you. pulling her second lightsaber out and does the double ice pick thing while you're lying on the ground, recovering. Like you're slowly standing up, smoke pouring off of you, and she's like,
"Really? I mean, that doesn't sound too great, right? Rejoining the Force, you can just go. I won't kill you. Please leave."
Stand up, Toby.
I get up.
One strike to end it all. She ignites both of her lightsabers and takes a stance.
I ignite mine and take a defensive stance.
What does that look like for you?
There's probably like one lightsaber forward and one lightsaber backwards, like holding them like close together. I have like basically like a Darth Maul angle.
Yeah. Hers are like they're parallel to each other, the blades, and she moves them around like that. And she says, "We fought many times, Toby, you and I. But never as serious as this. One of us will accept oblivion, and the other will go on to be a hero in whatever place is calling for us. And I refuse to slay you while you are hobbling on the ground in your old age and your weakness."
Well. A little bit of honor from the Sith princess. Will you surprise me at the last minute?
When you say surprise, she just dodges for your head, immediately trying to disenhead you. She's inviting you to do another one of those lightsaber v lightsabers.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
you're down to only 5 dice.
5.
Yep.
Click out of there.
And you're not flying this time, so you actually get bumped down to 4 dice. Because you have impaired from her first strike.
Okay, 4.
Yeah, so strangely, you have the same number of dice. So
I stare her down.
you got a 6.
Oh no!
You have lost.
It was so close.
She deals 30 points of damage to you.
3, 2, 1, and 6. 3, 2, 1, and 4. And how much? What?
30 points. So that's gonna, if you don't want to fall unconscious, that's gonna run over into your endurance.
Yeah. So it's going to be 25 into my endurance, and my health is down.
To
How this
0.
goes.
Yeah, you're bleeding vital oil everywhere. Fluids necessary to keep you running, hydrostatic pressure, all of it's ending up all over the floor. Loose electrical wiring is sparking, and some of it's even igniting the fluid that's on the platform now. And she shakes her head at you and is like, "Weak. So weak, Toby. How did something like this slay me? How did something like you kill me?"
Well, I was prepared for battle. I thought I was coming somewhere nice. I don't know. All of a sudden, you're here. You're attacking.
I try to reattach my arm a bit, unsuccessfully, and then I just grab double fisted both my lightsabers in one hand.
Let's do it one more time.
It's totally cheating to use the Force with a non-Force user like myself, but it's the only reason you
So
ever
the two of you are slamming lightsabers against each other, and she just hisses at you and is like, "I thought all droids could use the Force now."
Yes, well, I do have these hooks.
And I try to distract her one last time with the hooks.
Oh boy, that was a bad roll. Oh, I got an 8 actually.
What? What do you mean? Can't get an 8 on a d6.
You got 2 4s.
Oh, 2, 2, 6, and a 5.
All right, so you have a 6. She wins again. Completely crushing you this time, I believe.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, 40 points of endurance damage.
It doesn't do anything other than knock me unconscious for going below 0, right?
No, you actually die when you run out of endurance in this game. You get disemboweled. And as you're being deactivated, she kicks you off
I was going to say, my last thing I want to do is try to like grab onto her leg and then like clamp on and then like disconnect all the wiring that can like move that hand ever again. It's
she
like,
slices the hand off.
Attached. Yeah, she now has like a bracelet, an anklet, like on her leg. It's like a Toby hand.
So with one arm and 2 lightsabers, you begin floating off deeper into the black hole as she begins laughing, taking her 2 lightsabers and just scratching into the ground, dancing insanely.
I try as hard as I can to use the force to pull.
Yeah, the platform becomes farther and farther away.
I mean, I will shoot her one last time, I guess, maybe. No.
You're out.
Can I even try to like activate my championship belt before I fall?
Yeah, okay. You activate the belt.
Like maybe I can get back out of this black hole and someone can like find my head.
You're not sure how much time it's been the next time you're reactivated. You're still missing the arm, but it looks like someone has patched up most of your wiring. You are hooked up to a computer, but you don't recognize the programming language. And your optical sensors haven't been turned on yet. You can hear someone saying, I think we've got it working, guys. Can you hear me?
Can I like run a test on my voice to see if it works before I...
Yes, it does.
Okay.
That's what I can't see anything. Can someone turn on my
Oh, look, we're still working on fixing you, buddy. Okay, look, you are the most advanced science project we have ever found. Do you know where you are?
No, I mean, after the black hole and the battle with the Sith Lord, it's all got a bit hazy.
You can hear several people whispering together, and one of them says, Sith Lord? Did he say Sith Lord? And someone else is like...
What system am I in?
System? I don't know. The solar system? This system?
Which solar system are we in? Yes, that is the question.
Listen, what's your name? What's your designation?
T0B1 is the designation, but no one uses that. Call me Toby.
Toby. Okay, look, I'm going to have to get you to talk to the professor.
Yes, sure. Professor is,
He's the one that found you. He said that you'd be, black hole. Really?
Yeah, it's very disturbing that I can't see you. I imagine you're like kind of like a guy with like glasses and like freckles.
I do have glasses and freckles.
Oh, yeah, I'm right on, spot on. But still, I'd love to look right at you. You don't have just something you could
look
up, a simple...
We're going to go get the professor, okay? You just wait right here, buddy.
Oh, okay.
All right. And that's what we'll end this episode.
All right.
Welcome to AP Gaming Real, IseKollision, with your host and game master, Arthur Perkins.
Okay, welcome to the third intro of IseKollision's first episode. I'm still Arthur Perkins, and I am joined by Cottontail. Pondo is also with us, but not on camera with us. He'll be back for the full episode that we'll be filming in just like an hour, actually less than an hour. But Cotton, why don't you introduce yourself, and then Pondo, you'll introduce your character that you'll also be playing on top of playing Vincent Gray.
Wait, do I introduce myself or do I introduce Maisie? Or do I do both?
Why not both?
I'm Cottontail. I doodle sometimes. And I'm playing Maisie, a witch with a giant hat. I don't know what else you need to know about her.
Pondo, who will you be playing in this playthrough?
I will be playing Lord Esteban, the great and wonderful cat of purple and wears a cape. I'm obviously the greatest cat in the world. obviously the greatest being in this realm or any realm whatsoever. And I guess there's Maisie, my witch girl who accompanies me wherever I go.
So, the story that you guys came from is from a one-shot show that we did called Witch Cat Girls or something like that. Playing a system that was also called like Witch Cat Girls or something like that. And Maisie and Esteban had just began their partnership at the ages of 13 and 1.
Yes, ended pretty badly.
It did. It actually gets worse. As we zoom in on the scene, Maisie is in a old school Dungeons and Dragons style dungeon with moss growing in between the cracked masonry, sitting at a wood table where there's numerous deep knife carvings, and a witch with a very enormous hat. Like, already, witch girls just have big hats to begin with, but this woman, the brim's got to be like 3 feet in radius, right? This thing is like a super sombrero in size. It's dipping down so you can't even see her face. That's how massive it is. But around the band of the hat is a gold string, and tied to it is a half moon that indicates that she is the Grand Inquisitor. She takes her massive hat off, looking like a UFO lifting, and sets it on the table, which isn't nearly big enough to hold the hat, and says, "Oh, hello, Maisie. It's been some time since I've seen you last."
Hello.
What was it, 8 years ago when you last passed through these halls for your horrendous crimes?
Give or take a few months.
I see, yes. Now, she pulls out a massive leather portfolio and begins flipping through it. Well, let me see if I have the information here correct. You were sent out on your first mission with another witch to a small town in order to help the elderly and continue your ongoing training as a young witch. My understanding here from interviewing your neighbors, several elderly citizens, and one cat, is that you failed completely. That your group managed to upset the balance of power within a senior citizen center, that you barely completed your work on time. Then you found the next head witch, the rising star of the community who had been cursed, and managed to contract her curse to yourselves and then summon an ice dragon out of the lake, which then destroyed half the town. Is this correct? I just wanted to make sure for my records that this is exactly what happened.
Kinda.
I understand.
We did some good things too.
Well, as punishment for the last 8 years, you've been in remedial training, helping people out, delivering mail, occasionally going on adventures. Has anything stood out for you in the last 8 years? I'm hoping something has helped change your morality back to where we like witch girls to be.
My morality was never wrong. I just made a few mistakes. I know that,
You see her take out a pen and start writing stuff down.
they were horrible mistakes, and I'll never make them again.
I see. I
don't want to hurt anybody anymore. That was bad.
Doesn't want to hurt anyone. Well, that's a good start. Well, I have a mission for you. From the Grand Witch.
What is it?
Something, well, as they say, we should begin at the beginning instead. Now, as you're aware, we witches are booked in time. While each city in this world has its own, or even individual people can have their own time, where things seem to pass minutes for others will become days or years. People on one side of a city travel, and suddenly they've lost 15 years of their life. We witches always age at the same rate in comparison to other witches. And so, as they say, we are stuck in time. Everything flows perfectly and logically for us. However, we found something in the forest of Glamdur nearby. Witches that began approaching it became unhinged from time permanently, even after moving away from the situation, they still continue to experience nonlinear time. This is not good, because the rift is expanding. The area at which it is affecting the natural world around it is growing at an alarming rate, and we need someone sent to investigate. You and your cat are the perfect candidates. This will be your chance to redeem yourself, Maisie.
Will I become unhinged from time too?
It could happen. It's possible. In fact, it's probable. But our hope is that in your investigations, you'll learn enough in order to figure out a cure and hopefully stop this rift from expanding or even turn it back. Who let that dog inside this facility? This is an animal-free zone. That's why your cat's not with you.
I'm sorry.
Guards, come get this dog. It's attacking the witch girls.
I'd love to try and redeem myself from my previous failures.
Excellent. That's exactly what I want to hear as Grand Inquisitor. Meanwhile, the scene cuts sideways. A much older, much grayer, but far more fat and regal Lord Esteban is sitting on what used to be a cat carrier, but now on top of the cat carrier, there's like a nest of chewed up sofa cushions and cardboard boxes that have been shaped into like a cat bed / throne type deal. And a particularly fine, muscular cat begins approaching you and fluffing his tail out and goes, "So, you're Lord Esteban, huh?
Yes, who is it wanting to know?
I heard you were back in my territory."
Who are you?
"I'm the king of cats in this town."
Doesn't ring a bell.
Doesn't ring a bell, huh? He reaches out with a paw and smacks you across the nose. Does it ring a bell now?
What?
You think just because you got a cat carrier and a nice throne that you can speak down to me, the king of cats? Everyone in Glamger respects me. The children, the old people, the business people. My cats cross this town and bring joy and mystery to the lives of everyone. And they all do my bidding. And you think you can just come in here just because your witch goes around and not pay respect to me, the king of cats? You should be bowing on the ground in front of me and asking for forgiveness.
Why in why in the blazes would I do that? I feel like Esteban is just trying to get stumbling up after being smacked, kind of brushing off whatever crumbs or whatever is in his fur.
So that's how you're going to play this? You think just because you got a fancy cape, you can look down on us working cats? Not everybody gets a witch girl, huh? Just because you're lucky enough to be born under the right stars doesn't mean you can look down on us working cats.
I believe that does.
You were banished from Glamger. I never want to see your face here again. If you do, we will be taking at least 3 of your 9 lives. You understand me? Banished. Forever.
I thought I was banished to begin with, sir.
Forever.
How old are you?
I'm 7.
I'll come back in about 3 years.
Oh, I tell you what, I'm going to live at least 7 more years just to vex you, huh? You think you're so good because you're a year older than me, huh?
Yes, actually, that would be it. Fine, I'll come back in 7 years. I don't care.
You got until the next moon set to leave town, or we're going to make things difficult for you, Mr. Esteban.
Fine. Whatever your name is, I don't really remember nor care. I have places to be anyway.
So the cat is physically shaking now. All of its fur has poofed out. Its claws are out, and it's showing its fangs and is hissing at you.
Esteban doesn't really care.
There's some back arcing action going on as well.
I think Esteban just like walks away on his like hind legs.
Two-legged it out of there.
Yeah, two-legged, like walk away like the hater's gonna hate thing.
Oh my God. All right. Several minutes later, the two of you meet up outside of the witching headquarters. What do the two of you look like now?
I don't know. Esteban's probably a little bit fatter. Maybe some silver gray hairs. I don't know how long magic cats live necessarily.
As long as normal cats.
Oh, okay. So yeah, probably a few gray hairs, a little bit fatter. Still fluffy.
Maisie probably looks a bit older, a bit taller. Just
Well, that's
some
good because,
stuff.
you know, she had time to grow up.
You know, I'm not going to actually. Never mind.
I'm just saying, at 13, if you don't grow any taller from that point, that is a rough life.
I mean, it depends how tall you are at 13.
That's about when I stopped growing, but you know.
I was about
fine.
6'2" when
Really?
I stopped growing at 13.
Wow. You guys stopped growing early. Okay, my bad. Maybe my experience was unusual. What do I know? I'm only 6'9".
You know,
5'9".
girls reach their adult height before boys do, so.
Oh, okay. All right.
Same.
Sciencing me right now. What's the plan? You know that you need to head to the nearby forest of Glamdring.
Oh, I'm going to go get.
Glamdur. But, there's all sorts of things you could do in town. All sorts of magic. And, of course, as a witch girl, your magic can do basically almost anything. As long as you have your cat in order to help stabilize your magic.
I'll probably go get Esteban and my broom.
All right. Yeah, the two of you meet up. Broom's there as well. Broom's always ready to go. What does Broom look like now?
I think broom is.
I think Broom took up smoking after the whole ice dragon incident.
There's probably some like wooden.
I've seen some
parts of it.
things.
The Broom doesn't talk. That's ridiculous.
Talking cat. Makes sense. Can I make the Broom talk?
Yeah. No, you can't, but she can.
Ah,
And remember, you can only talk to other cats and your witch.
yes.
Well, that's totally normal, of course. Witches can talk to their familiars, and cats can talk to other cats. That makes perfect sense.
I can't understand other humans, can I?
That's correct.
Okay, I was making sure. That's what I thought. All right. Maisie.
What?
I need to be groomed.
Wait. We have a mission.
Mission can wait.
No.
Grooming. What?
I said no.
What?
You can groom yourself, you know.
That sounds obscene. Why would I groom myself when I have you to do it?
You can either groom yourself or you can have a bath.
You wouldn't dare.
I would.
Just that spot squints.
Just roots back. You've gotten really lazy, Esteban.
What do you expect? I am of a grand, pristine line. This is how I've always been. What are you talking about?
You've gotten lazier than you used to be.
And
And that's bad. You were doing the bare minimum before, and now it's nothing.
that means everything else has been handled without me. Sounds fine by me.
We need to at least get you back up to the bare minimum effort.
Why would I need to do that?
Because I need your help. We have a mission. It could be dangerous.
Then groom me.
Groom yourself. I've got to get some supplies ready.
Like Esteban just turns away on his hind legs, arms crossed.
But Esteban, stop pouting. I'm going to pick him up.
Just put
He's super fluffy.
put me down.
Not until you agree to come on the mission and help.
Esteban just crosses his front legs again, just kind of like dangles there with the nape of his, like the nape skin just hanging off.
She starts walking towards the sink.
What are you doing?
Are you gonna come help me?
Why? What are you planning?
Well, you know, if you're gonna stay here and not help me on my mission, I better make sure you have a bath so that you're really squeaky clean while I'm gone.
Can I teleport?
No.
Shit.
Your main forms of locomotion are riding on a broom, riding on Maisie, or walking.
I'm trying to think what I could do magic-wise, but I don't think I can.
She's gonna turn the sink on.
Oh yeah, when you look at that sink, Esteban, like some creepy murder music starts playing, like the camera starts zooming in and the edges of the lens get all like shadowy, so it starts narrowing the field of vision as you get closer and closer to the sink, where the steaming hot water is releasing, mist right off.
You won't do it. I don't believe you have the guts.
She pours in some like soap, makes bubbles.
It's not even cat cleaning soap. It's like dish soap, so it's oily. Huge bubbles are forming. You can feel
that'd be horrible for my fur.
You can feel your fur shivering in fear instinctively from the water.
She can start taking her brush out and getting a towel ready.
Nope, I don't believe you. That just would be terrible for my fur, and you know it.
She's gonna dip his tail in the water.
Okay, you're playing really good hardball here.
Are you gonna come?
Are you going to groom me?
Fine, I'll brush you, but that's it.
Thank you.
Really makes me wish I had added Kondo's camera, but I would have had to develop a whole second overlay for that.
Sat down on the counter.
You begin grooming him while the Pina Colada song plays.
I have like a pina colada, like a coconut, and
Yeah,
a little umbrella.
we get a bunch of glamour shots of like Lord Esteban with just Maisie's hand in the photo. How do you like your fur groomed, Esteban? Like, are we talking you like it when they leave the lines in the fur? Or are you trying to get like glamour poofed out like a French poodle?
I mean, obviously, glamour poofed out.
Oh, of course, yeah. You want to be as fluffy as possible.
Fluffier the better.
That's how I feel about my pillows as well.
Yeah,
Just have big pillows. Yeah. After this amusing side quest to fortify the fur of Lord Esteban, you now have. Oh, and when we get Lord Esteban again, like his fur has like lens flares on it to indicate how clean it is and how groomed it is.
Have a little sparkly back.
Oh yeah. There's like 3 stars that appear over his head for no apparent reason.
Excellent work, Maisie, as usual. I will now accompany you on your. I will now let you accompany me on this little mission you have.
She's gonna stick a bow on top of his head too.
Of course, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, bow they put in the super fluffy cats to hold the bangs out of his face.
As Sponge try looks up at it, what'd you put on my head?
It makes you look handsome.
Is it a hat?
Yes.
Very well. Excellent work. Now let's carry on so we can get back to doing nothing.
All right. The two of you mount the broom. Lord Esteban at the front in order to counterbalance Maisie. What is your flying style now? Like, I mean, talk to me in terms of Quidditch. Really? No Harry Potter movies? Okay, all right.
I've seen the Harry Potter movies. I just don't know how to. She's very acrobatic on her broom. She does lots of flips, and you've seen Little Witch Academia, right?
Yeah.
Imagine like Amanda.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go with Akko there, but yeah, no, you're going for like legitimately good at riding a broom rather than
good at riding a broom instead of Akko.
I wish they would release another season of that show so badly. It was real good.
That was good.
Yeah. I mean, you're very skilled at broom riding. I remember you like put a bunch of points into that particular skill as well. You ride out south of this town. As you begin leaving the town, you see the world around you traveling at different rates of time. People who look like they're just out for a jog suddenly snap all the way to the end of their jogging incredibly fast. So like they're moving like they're jogging, but everything's in fast forward. Some people suddenly begin snapping into slow motion, but that just happens in the world all around you. You're completely unaffected by it as a witch and a witch cat. When you begin heading outside of the town towards the forests, you notice, however, that the grass is beginning to die at a concentric rate. The closer you get to the forest, the more dead the grass becomes. It goes from just one dead blade about a mile out to when you reach the edge of the forest, there are very few places left with green grass at all. And when you get to the edge of the forest, zooming over it, you hear at first just one wolf howl, then a second, and then a third. But what concerns you isn't that there's 3 wolf howls, but that they're in perfect musical harmony.
I think we're getting closer to where they sent us.
Why? Can you tell those mutts to stop their racket?
Would you like to tell them to stop their racket?
Yes, bring us down.
That's a horrible idea.
Well, then you tell them.
I can't speak to wolves.
Why not? You're able to speak to me.
It's because you're magic.
As you say that, through the treetops, the trees part, and you see majestic, angelic wings made of white dove feathers on a wolf with sleek gray fur and 3 heads. You recognize this magical creature as a Kerlibos, and it begins flying to you, whoosh, whoosh, with these unusual, very beautiful looking wings on its horrible 3-headed wolf body. And it lets out another wolf howl as it begins moving for aerial combat against you.
Oh, yes, now I can tell those wolves to shush. Excellent. Maisie, drive close to them so I can continue to yell at them.
What do I know about Carolina?
That's a great question. Let's look at your magical creatures knowledge skill. I don't think you have it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, so just roll 2d6.
Add magic to it?
Do you have knowledge magic?
No, I just have magic arcana.
No.
Is it 2d6?
2d6. You need to get a 4. You got a 5. Although you rolled one too many die, it's more than good enough.
I forgot to unclick the box.
I know, happens to everybody. Yeah, so you know quite a bit about Kerlibos, actually.
Neat.
These are horrible monstrosities created by the Dark Sorcerer King at the beginning of time. They are 3 wolves that have emerged into one, and they generally go around and go on rampages. The thing is, though, is that they only come out at night. They're entirely nocturnal, and they rarely bother humans. Their rampages are more like destruction of forest area and slaughtering of woodland creatures. They fear encountering humans to such an extent that it's extremely rare to see one when it's not asleep. And yet this one, in broad daylight, is flying directly towards you.
Huh.
They do have one weakness, however, and that is fire. They're deathly afraid of fire.
All right.
Esteban, the wolves are getting closer and closer as Maisie holds position.
Yes, now you wolves stop that racket, you mutt. Wait, are you multiple wolves or just one wolf?
Okay.
Then you were.
I'm going to need you to make a roll. What is the objective here? What do you want these wolves to do?
Stop their hallowing and shush.
Did we make a... oh, yeah, we do have a Lord Esteban sheet for you. You don't have any points in any talking skill, so you're just rolling 2d6. And you need to get a 6. No. That's a 3 is your highest. Yeah, you get closer and closer to these wolves. It's clear that they understand and can comprehend your language, even if they aren't speaking back in cat, but they don't seem to care. Their tongue comes wagging out, and slobber begins coming from all of their jaws, and their wing beats become faster as they get above your height and then start going in for like a falcon dive towards the two of you.
Now stop that instant. I like to mess up their flight. With magic.
Excellent. How many points would you like to... So I think you can lower their flight by like 2?
I think as low as 3.
Oh, it's yeah, but it'll just cost a lot. Okay. So they get to resist with their willpower, and you have to make a roll versus that. So let's do this, pound puppies. Can you keep from falling from the sky?
8? No, is that 16? Is it 4
That's
times 4?
Too many dice, because you have a magic cat.
No, I have magic of 2.
So you only get to roll 2 dice.
Wouldn't it be 46? Because I thought you add the...
That might be a good point. Let's see what Magic Witchcraft has to say about that. So some of the skills don't add all of that.
Oh, if it's not, then it would be just 4.
You cast weakness with a level equal to blah, 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 blah. They make a roll against your witchcraft dice. Right. So you just have a 4, but they got double 1s. So not only did they fail, something equally bad happens to them. So, Macy, as you're about to make a decision, Lord Esteban, how do you cast your cat magic curses?
Just snap fingers. There's like a little sparkle coming out from
have fingers.
Oh, I mean,
You also don't have a thumb, so you can't snap.
I just do like a clap of the hands, like...
Well, while you're sitting on the broom. Okay. All right. Yeah. As you do that, what happens to interrupt their flight? Are we talking like suddenly ethereal purple bands tie this creature up? Does their gravity suddenly increase so much that they slam into the ground and then there's a Dragon Ball Z type explosion along the ground to indicate how much they now weigh?
I mean, what would happen would be it's like the cartoon 20-ton and like weight, like in Looney Tunes, drops on them suddenly, like an ethereal one. They come crashing down. It's just like a big, huge puff cloud where they landed. Now that would teach you a lesson.
3 chickens begin dancing around their head to indicate that they are temporarily stunned and out of action. As you're watching, though, you've pulled them out of the forest. They're aging. You can see their fur turning more and more gray. On the tip of its tail, it's actually starting to turn white.
Like right now?
Yes.
They're aging. Oh.
Yes, physically in front of you.
I scared them white.
That wasn't very nice. They're obviously scared of something, otherwise they wouldn't have been out here.
Did you not see how they're drooling? They wanted me as a snack. I wouldn't blame them. I'd be tasty, but still, I cannot have them, their filthy maws, trying to bite my lovely fur.
I don't know. I think they're kind of cute.
You have odd taste.
I like dogs.
Then why am I here?
I just pat him on the head. Can I see what they were... If they were running from something in the forest, or maybe if it was the aging they were freaking out about?
Yeah. I mean, do you want to go physically investigate in the forest?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, you lower it down to forest height and begin flying through it. It was hidden from above, but when you get down on forest level, you can see that there is like a hole in the earth that... is drawing objects towards it. It's like a weird spiraling black hole / maelstrom. As you begin heading into the forest, however, you can start feeling its pull, pulling you in towards it, even from this distance.
Well, Esteban, I think that's what we're looking for. I'll try to back up, though. Pull out of the pool.
Lord Esteban, as Maisie begins backing up, you hear a voice call out to you. Hello? Hello?
Esteban just looks up in the air, like around, it's like, what? Who's talking?
Is the auto translator working? Can you understand me?
Who is this?
My name is Professor Wiz Wizardson.
That's a silly name. Who are you? Where are you at?
You're a cat named Lord Esteban. Should you really be talking about silly names? Look, we don't have time for this. Although technically we do have time for this since you're caught in a time vortex.
A time what?
Don't worry your pretty little cat head about it. I've been seeking you, Lord Esteban.
Well, I completely understand why, due to my character. I'm saying this all out loud.
Yes, yeah.
I understand why, as my esteemed regalness and all my wonderful accolades. I don't know if you saw what happened to those mongrel 3-headed mutt that you just saw landing there, but...
Esteban, are you monologuing again?
What? No, I'm talking to some weird wizard man named Wizardson. I don't know.
What?
Is there someone else there with you, Lord Esteban? They can't hear me.
No one important. Don't worry about them.
I see. Well, look. Anyway, there should be a giant maelstrom of magical energy near you. I would greatly appreciate it if you went into the maelstrom.
But I'm already here.
No, but go into it. Go into the maelstrom.
I cannot eat myself. That's physically impossible.
I don't understand. Do you believe you are the maelstrom?
Why, of course. I am the greatest magical cat alive.
Yes, that's why I'm contacting you. You're the greatest magical hero alive.
Oh, thank you for noticing. Is there like suddenly like a big magic vortex like portal like opening up?
No, there was the one I described before. There's a big magic.
Is that there?
Yes, there physically is a big magical vortex in the middle of the forest.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well, thank you for the compliments and everything, but I'm going to go in this little... It looks like a magic drinking bowl.
Yes, you should do that immediately and as soon as possible. I can't keep the connection open for much longer, and let me tell you, the auto-translate to cat, it takes a lot of magic points. Like, you wouldn't believe. Orc is a much easier language.
Oh, very well.
Esteban, please stop talking to yourself. You're freaking me out.
No, I'm not talking to myself. I'm talking to a man named Wizardson. Now, quickly, go to that giant magic drinking bowl.
I don't think so.
No, you shouldn't bring your taxi cab driver with you, great hero Esteban.
She is not my taxi driver. She is my personal witch assistant. She takes care of my coat.
How interesting. All right, well, we could use her too. I suppose I could dump some extra energy into the portal.
Thank you. We'll be there in a second. Wait, what portal?
Macy, what have you been doing during this one-sided conversation? That sounds crazy.
To leave.
Great. Make a flight check. You're going to need an 8.
It's more than an 8.
Yeah, that's a 15. You start getting pulled towards the portal, but you're just too good. Like, we see you slowly being dragged back, even though Esteban's like reaching behind you to get to it. Maybe he's like crawled up on top of your hat. Serious effort comes over your face. Maybe a little trail of sweat. All sorts of like cool wavy wind lines to show that things are happening around you. You could see leaves beginning to get pulled off of trees, suddenly turn from green to like red, orange. Then they wither into black ash and fall into the portal. But you pull farther and farther away. Esteban, The hole in the ground, the magical energy hole that you've been called to, is getting further away from you. Maisie is pulling you away from your destiny, where you got this nice invitation from Professor Wizardson.
I mean, obviously, I'm going to interfere with her flying so that way we can go into this magic drinking bowl.
How do you want to interfere? I asked, not knowing the answer, but fearing it.
I clap my hands and then summon an ethereal feather that tickles her nose to make her sneeze to distract her.
Oh boy. Okay. Maisie, you get to roll your 2d6 defense dice, and Lord Esteban, you roll your 2d6 attack dice.
5.
Maisie.
Yep.
Your flight skill suddenly drops from a 2 to a 0. And all of a sudden, you completely lose control. The broom goes just out of your reach as you fall into the portal. Esteban, beneath you, falling deeper and deeper into it. Broom is like trying to zoom towards you, but can't quite reach you. Continue falling forever.
I feel like Esteban's actually diving into the portal in Superman pose.
Maisie, you get one cool white streak in your hair as time begins moving in all sorts of different directions around you. And that's it. That's the end of Maisie's episode. So for us, it's going to be just a few minutes until we find Virgil and get him on here. But for you at home, audience, prepare yourself for episode 2.
Welcome to AP Gaming Rio, IseKollision, with your host and game master, Arthur Perkins.
All right, for the first time, we've got all the cast together. Welcome back, everybody. Let's go ahead and explain who we are, just to remind everyone and possibly ourselves to each other who we are. I'm, of course, Arthur Perkins. I'm going to be the game master for this particular episode and all episodes, really. I'm a Twitch streamer. I put everything I got on YouTube, and this is my first attempt at making a podcast, so let's see how it works out. Cotton, who are you? Where can people find you, and what do you do?
I'm Cottontailed. I doodle, and you can find me on Twitter or AP Gaming Reels Discord. And I'm playing Maisie.
You have your own Discord, though, where people can do a play-by-post?
I've got that too.
That's true. And if people wanted to get in on that, they could contact you on Twitter?
Yep, or on your Discord.
That's true. They could. Speaking of people who are on my Discord, let's go ahead and talk to Pondo the Mad. Who are you? Where can people find you?
I don't know who you're switching. Yeah, I'm Pondo the Mad. You can catch me on Twitch or YouTube /Pondo the Mad. Yeah, I play games and stuff and hang out AP's Discord and stuff.
Oh my god, this is the unifying. Hangs out on my Discord.
Yeah, I was wondering what you were going to go. So I'll talk to someone else who hangs on my Discord, and like that could be me or Virgil.
I know. I'm going to say the same thing to Virgil in just a few seconds. You also run a play-by-post with Cotton. You co-GM that.
Yes.
So if people wanted to play in a game with you...
Oh, wow. I guess my invitation got lost in the mail somewhere? Possibly?
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
We can send you one.
I didn't think you'd be interested.
No, probably not, huh?
Oh, well.
I'll just sit here all alone and
It's a play-by-post. So I don't know
music.
I wasn't sure if you liked play-by-posts.
I've been doing a lot of play-by-posts. I love it.
Then yeah, you can totally join. It's Under the Sea stuff.
Festival Under the Sea Festival, of course. It's my favorite event every year.
Right.
Yeah, so look, sometimes when we do these casts, we get to know each other better. Speaking of people we get to know better, and people who are also on my Discord, let's talk to Virgil. Who are you? Where can people find you? And what do you do?
Hey, everybody. I'm Virgil, also known on the internet as Zircon5. You can find me role-playing all over the place, mainly on Arthur's channel, so please come and hang out, twitch.tv/APGamingReel. And if you want to catch other stuff I'm in, I always host on twitch.tv/Zircon5. When I'm not being a silly British robot for you all, like I will tonight, I'm writing music and putting it up on soundcloud.com/Zircon5. Other than that, I mean, not a whole lot going on right now. I'm just excited about, trying to survive. How many sessions is this?
This is the second session.
So 2 sessions.
You didn't even survive the first one. You died at the end of it.
One death. So no, I'm just trying to keep my KD ratio low. Right now it's real bad.
0 for 1.
My MMR is dropping like a stone.
You just got bronze rated.
I'm waiting for the balance patch. Not coming.
It turns out they're going to actually nerf lightsabers.
No.
That sounds like we're having a mercy, man.
So let's go into the second episode of IseKollision and figure out what's happening with Maisie, Bandito, Lord Esteban, and Toby. We start where we left off, and just for the audience's sake, except for Pondo being part of Cotton's, none of the other players know anything about any of the other players' situations right now. So we start with a one-armed robot where its eye sockets have been like pulled out. It kind of looks like someone has just ripped its eyes off of its head. It's sitting in a pile of scrap in the corner of a college dorm room, attached with wires and weird equipment. They've got one of those giant Tesla balls that when you get close to it, the static electricity makes your hair stand up. And
I'll just add probably complaining loudly.
Yeah. When the door flies open, but no one is touching it, and a man wearing an enormous black cape strides in a gray robe. He's got a 5-pointed star pendant made of silver on the front of his robes. He's got a huge gray beard. And he says, "Alas! I am Professor Wizardson of the New Hampshire Wizardsons."
Well, you sound very tall and an impressive whooshing upon entrance.
I'm not very tall. I'm about 5'9".
Well, I guess I'm on the ground then, perhaps?
Yes, you are.
Yes, no.
Who are you again? You're not what I...
You can call me Toby. I mean, can you people send me a JPEG of what's around?
No.
I have no idea what's
We're about to
on.
reinitialize your eyes. Don't worry about it. While this may be an arcane college, we do have a good mechanical engineering school, so don't worry. They mostly fix flying cars, though. Look, I want to wait until the whole team's together, but the simple fact of the matter is that you're not in the place you began in. You're not in your universe anymore. You're in ours. And you hear someone like crunch, and someone's pushed your eye sockets back in. Your UI begins to reinitialize and do a self-diagnostic. And then you begin like picking out objects in the room, Terminator style, and determining their level of technology. It's way lower than yours. These people are using like pre-Sith Empire technology. They're practically at like vacuum tube level.
Oh dear. You people are not going to be able to repair this arm, are you?
No, we're not. But don't worry. I believe one of your new companions might be able to help you with that. He whooshes his cloak again. Sorry.
What am I? What do you call this rock?
Come with me, and I will explain all of your questions collectively to the other confused people.
Oh, good. I'm not alone. Okay. Yes. No. Put me with the other confused people. I'll look less stupid.
So he holds his hand out to help pull you up from the ground.
I reach up and I'm like, oh wait, don't have that arm. It's just like a little shoulder movement, and go up with the other.
He awkwardly switches arms. Then he helps pick you up. Several grad student looking people like pop their heads through the door one by one till all three of them are lined up in order. You kind of think that they might match the voices of the people who you heard when you first arrived here. One of them like waves and is like, "Hi!" And then the other two like disappear and pull that guy back out of camera. Don't mind them.
Are you a human? You look human. You seem human to me.
I am technically human, although I am a wizard.
Well, then how did you get here? Blasted? That makes no sense. You're speaking basic.
I am speaking basic, yes. I'm using the auto-translate program in order to speak with you, so my basic... Is it not coming over very well? I might have to tweak the parameters. Look, I had to speak to a cat several hours ago. That used most of my magical energy.
Right. Your magical energy. Sure, yes.
I'm aware that it doesn't work like that in your universe, but now you're in my world. Sorry.
No, very dramatic.
Several generations ago, a demon cursed my family to be villainous. And while the curse is weakened, I occasionally go into villainous monologues, even if I swear my actions are purely heroic. Purely heroic.
Yes, no, I'm believing you is what I'm doing.
Excellent. Now, follow me to this room.
Very well.
He leads you to a door that clearly reads Containment Protocol Quarantine 1.
Quarantining from...
Don't worry, it's just a conference room. Conference room. He opens the door. Maisie, Bandito, the door opens. Lord Esteban is also there. You see a junky-ass robot with one arm and what's very clearly a lightsaber at his hip.
What am I looking at?
Now, why is there... Okay, so first I ran into a girl with a cat that she can apparently talk to, and now I see a robot man with a flashlight?
I instinctively put my...
Maisie, what is this human here with the funny hat jabbering about?
I'm not talking to you, Esteban.
What? Answer me!
She crosses her arms and just turns away.
Bring your daughter to a work day? What's going on in here?
I don't know. What is going on?
Silence! Silence, all of you. Please. Take these wristwatches. I know they appear to be authentic, fake wristwatches, but in fact, they are charms that will auto-translate everything you say to each other since none of us share a common language. For the cat, we have this nice collar with a bell on it. He begins moving towards Lord Esteban to collar him.
This is unbearably
What is this? What is he handing? Maisie, what is going on? What is he drawing towards me?
Paula, put it on.
What?
He begins putting his hands around your head to snap the collar.
Cat wildly tries to bat throat.
I pick up Esteban by the scruff of the neck.
Put me down.
He quickly
put such a gut.
He snaps the collar on. Excellent. Now that we can all understand each other, I can cancel my spell. He waves his hand, and there's a weird rainbow trail of crystals that follows behind where his hand goes.
What are you talking about, spell?
Look, allow me to explain. I am Professor Wizardson, a professor, and tenured professor, by the way, of arcane history here at New York City University.
Wizardson, arcane, magic?
Look, Mr. Gray, here's what you need to understand. Each of you is from a fictional universe. It's true. He holds up a comic book collection of 6 books compiled into a volume called The Day It Happened. And you can see Bandito's face on the front of it. He's much younger and he's got a cowboy hat. There's a cigar coming out and you can see a smoking farm ruin in the background. In this world, we call ourselves Earth 619. Many worlds have different forms of magic. The Force, battle mechs. Of course, you have literal magic in your world of magic. Our magic is different. We can't solve our problems on our own. Our magic is that of space-time. We can reach into other parallel universes and pull their heroes out to solve our problems for us.
Wait, you did this on purpose?
Well, Technically, there were several accidents that happened in the pursuit of great justice. You see, the people I was looking for...
Whoa. Slow everything down. Are we being paid?
I will return you back to the realms you came from at the end of this.
With?
The experience that you learn here and the knowledge that your world is bigger than you once thought it was.
I just look at the robot. It just sounds like bullshit saying that he's just saying that we're not getting paid. We're doing this for charity.
Well, I could just trap you here forever and never return you to your homes, but I'm a good guy. Sorry, but I'm a good guy.
Is Kenneth Cross still here? I still want to kill that asshole. What?
Here's the thing. He begins laying out different issues of comic books. The first one is called Immortal Warrior 27, Dragon Clash in the Kingdom of Ice. This was your first appearance in Earth 619. Immortal Warrior 27.
First appearance? What?
Yes, there was a filler chapter that introduced Kenneth Cross in the background. And in later chapter, he begins laying out more comic books. They're all about Kenneth Cross. Kenneth Cross is the main hero of his own spin-off series. But you, as his antagonist, got so popular, you got your own 6-part series. I gotta say...
Wait. Antagonist? What?
Yeah, you've been trying to murder him secretly. You've been plotting your entire life for vengeance.
Killed my parents.
But it was during a legally commissioned, and you're a terrorist. You literally murdered dozens of people, including several children.
On accident.
Scoot away slightly from the video as this is going on.
Yeah, we're just like,
I can't help collateral damage with trash can-sized projectiles coming out of a Gauss rifle and large particle cannons.
You could just not pilot a battle mech, but you chose this life for vengeance. It's fine. I actually like your character, but
I point at one of the pictures and I'm like, wait, you ride inside one of these things?
yes,
Real blast.
technically, here's the thing. That thing actually took out the New York City University gymnasium. So we're not able to hide your presence on this world, but that's okay because the situation.
Do you have one of these things?
Yes, it's pretty much the largest one that's ever been created. It's called the Devastator.
It's real nice. It shoots real big guns. Trash can. Essentially, it shoots you. I just look at the pile of drawers. It essentially shoots you out of a cannon at the speed of sound towards another big mech thing. Just shaves a whole bunch of metal off. It's really awesome. But I'll show you.
So
Yeah, I'm real tough. I don't know if I can handle that kind of high-speed collision.
No, not you specifically. It's like a trash can sized slug.
Right.
plus the accuracy at a man-to-man level is a little low because the arms swing wide. Look, here's the deal. None of you are the people that I expected to call. When I use my spell, you should know it only has about a 75% chance of working. So we always call at least 4 people, so we'll probably get at least 3. I'm afraid the 4th person may have burned up in a fiery blaze. I was calling a wizard lord named Beaumont, but he never arrived, so there could be some problems.
What you saying there was a chance that we could have died in a blaze of glory, like not so blaze of glory?
Well, I actually didn't summon any of you except Esteban. According to my
cat?
yes, Lord Esteban is a great magical hero. He holds up a tablet and begins.
This human obviously knows what he's talking about, Maisie.
He
What
begins.
the hell? Did that cat just talk?
I love your switching character with the hat.
Yeah.
He begins playing what's obviously an American children's cartoon that is about Lord Esteban as the main character, and Maisie is just some like obnoxious side character that follows him around and ruins his day by making him do his chores.
Yes, the true story. Brings a tear to my eye.
Kidding me?
In this story, Lord Esteban is the great hero who ended up defeating the great frost dragon that Maisie and that other girl summoned. Look, I'm sorry that you...
all happened that way, can confirm.
I started looking very nervous for like a ratty robot.
This is all very interesting. I'm glad we got to see everyone's backstory. Now, what's our mission?
I actually summoned Niall here, and Kenneth Cross. You see, I was hoping to summon great heroes from each universe. Kenneth Cross for his leadership, Lord Esteban for his immense magical prowess, Nile as an intelligence operative in order to plan special operations, and Beaumont for his boundless physical strength.
Yes, well, dealt the hand you're given and play it on the table, and I have a laser sword, so, not
yes.
all
Well,
bad.
you used to have 2 laser swords, but now you've only got 1.
Look.
What, laser sword? All I've seen on him was a flashlight.
I just fire.
What the hell?
Yes, he's from the Star Wars universe. Look, it's very popular here. They just can't stop making Star Wars movies. We're up to Star Wars 12 now, and who knows how many spin-offs. They have 2 Obi-Wan prequels.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Wait, General Kenobi?
Yes, General Kenobi is a very popular character.
He's this musty old man. Very
Yes.
musty. I guess the must wouldn't get through.
But it's
a
a prequel, so it's back when he was young and handsome and very witty.
If the audience knew about the musk, I don't think...
It obviously sounds like he doesn't have the musk currently in the prequel, so that's what it sounds like. But Kenneth Cross is an asshole. He's got a big old sword pointed at his crotch.
I want to grab a Kenneth Cross mag and flip through to see a quick adventure story. What's he do in this episode?
Kenneth Cross is like your really stereotypical 80s professional wrestler hero. He just always shows up to the problem, puts his boot on the table, and is like, I'm Kenneth Cross of Kenneth Cross Extreme Unlimited, and I'm here to defeat you in the name of the client. And then he shows up with huge mechs that are flying around on blazing jets. All of his mechs have swords and knight code names drawn on them. They fly across the battlefield to deliver justice. They occasionally have aerospace fighters that have been painted to look like screaming eagles firing stuff everywhere. Everything about it is complete 80s fantasy. They never encounter anything that could ever stop them, and they always win every fight.
Oh, it seems incredible. Wow, yes, very impressive. But we have the hick instead, yes?
What does it look like?
What does who look like? Kenneth Cross? All right, so Kenneth Cross is 6'3". He's got a huge cowboy hat, just like Bandito, but he's also got big cowboy boots, blue jeans, and an American flag jumpsuit over the blue jeans. Sorry, under the blue jeans that also goes up to his chest area. The jumpsuit looks like it might actually be made out of blue jean material.
Yeah, it sounds 80s.
So it's the most highly advanced cloth they have so far, so give him a break.
In the MechWarrior universe.
Just because, does he have a bullet? Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, here's the thing. The people I summoned actually did make it here. Kenneth Cross and Nile have both arrived, but they've been captured by the enemy, and even now they might be using their arcane spells to turn their minds against us.
Oh, that's not very difficult.
Well, it's actually super bad, because I summoned you here in order to defeat the enemy, but now the people I actually wanted to summon are joining the enemy, so I need to hope that Maisie is powerful enough to flip it around, but in the anime she was kind of just bossy and annoying.
I know, right?
I think I'm what, 0 for 4 with Nile? I mean,
I think I want to stay here, Maisie. It's very nice here. I'm obviously treated with the respect I deserve.
I'm not talking to you, Esteban.
I just start playing back holotapes of Nile kicking my ass in several scenes. I'm like, all right, well, here's the one where I'm after. Oh, look at that. Wow, she is fast, isn't she? Oh,
So
there goes our weapons, and I'm down. Oh, and this one's good.
They have Nile's 5-part novel, and you're on all of the covers, but in the first one, you're shown in a kind of a heroic light, and then in each subsequent novel, you get to be more and more villainous.
And I'm just like, this is hardly accurate. I'm a widely respected medical droid. You could ask anyone.
You're an assassin droid, and you attempted to kill a tiny girl who's not even 16 years old repeatedly.
It was like a part-time job thing that I barely even...
Slightly.
I mean, and furthermore, she could take care of herself. I mean, I barely was able to, I think I was a great influence on her, passion for being able to kill anyone she wants.
Yes, you did, in fact, teach her how to kill people. She got pretty good at it. And torturing people and using the Force, all at your crew's repeated insistence and teachings. It's actually kind of horrifying.
No one needs to know what person's skills, how good they are in the flatulence, whatever you called it.
The flatulence. Wizardson is like dying right now.
All right, is it the Force? Just
The Force, yes. But unfortunately, we don't have any access to that. Only Niall, I guess, will have.
I mean, you eat a bean burrito, you got access to it, probably. Oh wait, you're a robot, aren't you?
Can robots learn magic?
All right.
A little bit of.
Look, here's the thing. While I'd love for all of you to combine your skills and take the time to teamwork, New York City is actually under attack right now.
All right,
and I'm
I should
hoping
probably just hop in the mech then, right? Leave you losers here.
you have no mech fighting capabilities. Although, somehow you might be able to be fired out of the Gauss rifle with the lightsaber out. It would be the ultimate crossover event.
Yeah, like I said, high-speed collision is not my thing.
With this power, we would be able to... Oh, sorry. With this power, we'd be able to save the city.
Oh, save the city, yes.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, that
Couldn't,
thing.
we do some sort of magic flatulence barrier to maybe protect him while he's being shot out?
like I said, no, she's the only one with the flatulence. Force, now I'm safe.
Look.
What are you talking about?
I need all of you to focus. This is our enemy, and he powers up a projector that holo projects like a unit patch that you'd see on a military uniform that says RAMOC. They call themselves the Ramok. I'm not sure what it means yet, but they appear to be wizards from a parallel universe that have invaded our realm. We thought we were the only ones with space-time magic, but they appear to have tunneled over. However, instead of calling us a parallel universe, they're calling themselves the material plane? We're not really sure, but they might be involved in the Dungeons and the Dragons.
Well, if they're from another universe and pulled with your space-time flatulence or magic or whatever it is, then
It's the Force.
so you suck them out of their world. Can't we get around this with some type of copyright lawsuit or something?
No. Unfortunately, in this world, only a few wizards are powerful enough to pull heroes in, and only at dire and critical moments in time.
That sounds oddly convenient.
Drama is necessary in order to complete the spell ritual. King Arthur, Joan of Arc, Gandhi, all of these people were pulled from a parallel universe in order to improve and help our world overcome its struggles.
I have no idea who any of these people you just said were.
Are you sure? I mean, I thought that there were your world. Oh, that's right. All of the knowledge of the Earth was lost in you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I think the Earth got nuked or something. What planet are we on right now?
We're on Earth.
What?
Yes.
Is there like a window or something? Like what?
Look, I've been
He's like, no, there's no windows. This is a secure containment. I mean, it's a conference room. You don't put windows in a conference room. That's ridiculous.
Oh, right. Or Earth?
You're muted, Cotton. You're still muted.
She's not muted.
You lost your mic again.
Maybe she just drop out, come back in.
This is happening.
Did that somehow fix it?
Oh, it did.
Yes, it did.
Sweet.
All right.
Welcome back.
Okay. So we gotta stop these Rafiki people.
It's Remok.
Remick?
Ramok. RAMOC. Ramok.
Right.
I actually don't know how it's pronounced. I think it's Ramok, but it could be Remok. Remu?
And currently they have the people that you wanted come here.
Yes, they also have several horrible monstrosities.
What do you
Like,
mean?
I mean, I've been
like
called a horrible
talking-
monstrosity several times. What do you mean? Yes.
Well, and he begins turning down the lights in the room with a clicker, and he says, just watch this presentational video I prepared for your arrival. And then like a black and white number countdown, and then you see his face on the screen that's like, Lord Beaumont, Kenneth Cross, Niall, Esteban. I've prepared this introduction video for your arrival. As you can see here, the rift began 7 days ago. We see a city that looks almost exactly like New York City, and at Central Park in Manhattan, a barrier opens up. A strange spherical object just lands and begins disgorging a huge bear with the head of an owl, a purple beast with multiple tails that seems to shift around all over the battlefield, making strange noises. What are clearly people in wizard's robes, just like Professor Wiz Wizardson, are zooming around through the air, flying and casting fireballs down, lightning bolts coming out of broad daylight and striking people in the city, taxis fleeing in every direction, people getting into flying cars, and brooms going everywhere, attempting to flee these people. You can see someone standing in the open just saying, like, "Summon Monster 3!" And then, like, strange fungus creatures begin coming out of the ground and hopping their way almost happily towards a pack of dogs who are all trying to flee the fungus monsters. Well,
I mean, that's simple. You just got to napalm strike them with
Wiz Wizardson's like, "Shh, we got
This seems to be the problem area here. Yes, I agree.
So he turns the projector off and then brings the lights back and he's like, "Fine, if you don't want to watch the movie that I prepared."
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wanted to watch the movie.
That's fine. You get the situation, obviously. I'm sorry about the thing with the intro. I didn't... I had forgotten that you were the fools that I summoned accidentally. I had forgotten that I had foolishly accidentally summoned you.
That's okay.
I was about to say, this nice lady actually seems somewhat smart. The cat, I don't know what the deal with that situation is. Why is this human speaking to me in such a way?
Maybe because you deserve it.
What? Why do we need to listen to a damn cat?
Yes, no, that's actually very...
Cat.
You said the cat is, good for something?
The cat is my familiar.
I'll have you know, I am Lord Esteban the Third. I am of a great line of other magical cats. Here I am the most powerful cat, even most powerful magical being of my realm.
And you're owned by the young lady, then?
No, she just accompanies me wherever I go. She takes care of my grooming. That is all.
Excuse me? That's all I do for you? We're not friends or anything like that?
Sure, whatever you need to tell yourself. Let me recommend you a place called the Draconis Combine. I feel like I know there's a couple of times where you can find them where they cook up cats. I haven't found them yet, but...
That is a horrible thing to say.
Cook up cats? That sounds absurd.
Actually, there are several cultures on this planet that also cook up cats. I mean, they are a very abundant, resourceful series of creatures. I can understand your reluctance to eat your familiar, but I had cat myself when I was in Siam, and it was quite good.
That's what I heard.
You know, they say everything tastes like chicken, but that's because everything came from dinosaur lineage, so... dinosaurs
Dino
taste
whaties?
like...
You meat bags make me want to puke if I had a stomach and some bile to project out of it. Disgusting creature.
All right, what do you eat, pal?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What, no motor oil or gasoline?
No, nothing.
Oh, well, all right.
Don't you have to take oil baths? I mean, that was in the movie and in the book.
I do enjoy an oil bath from time to time, but I've gone decades without them. Just get a little creaky.
Well, you're like 4,000 years old, so...
Things wear out.
What happened to you anyway? You look a bit...
Look, I mean, like I said, I do have, recorded POV footage. I just flip again. I have recordings of every defeat of mine. So I'll just show directly footage of a floating battle landscape and me clinging on to Niall's ankle as she cuts my arm off, and it's just my arm still hanging on as I drop off the edge into the abyss.
Hey, it looks like you got your ass kicked real good.
No, like I said, we did a really good job of turning her into a perfect killing machine.
That's not a good thing. You shouldn't be proud of that.
No, I guess not.
You mean how long you knew this lady? This lady?
Like a couple of years? I mean...
Can I attempt to, make his arm magically reappear back on his body?
Yes, you can. You will need to sustain your arcane magic in order to do this. Okay. What is your arcane level? 4?
4.
This will cost you 2 endurance to maintain.
All right.
And as long as you're conscious, you will be able to maintain it.
Okay.
Toby, Maisie does something. What do you do first, Maisie? What do you do to summon an arm for him?
She starts waving her hand around, and pink symbols start appearing all around Toby and wrapping around him. Then they wrap around his arm, and they turn into a mechanical arm.
What the hell?
That's exactly. Look at that. That excellent magic usage right there. I never saw you do that in the anime. You mostly just used a clipboard and a pen and hit Lord Esteban with, cat cleaner and such. Or shook a jar full of pennies near him. That magic...
I taught her how to do that, of course. Don't let her fool you.
Yes, I'm sure you're a great cat, but the young lady gave me an arm, and this is excellent.
Just Bandito just poking, is that thing real?
There weren't even verbal components. You didn't even have to use any sacrifices? No blood or anything? We lost you again. There you go.
Now you're back.
Yeah.
Okay. Why would I use blood?
No reason at all. It's not like blood is the greatest spell component to use in conjunction to strengthen your... Sorry.
Are you all right? Do you have the split personality?
No. I told you earlier I have that curse where I have to sound villainous occasionally.
Yes, it's in his blood or something. Which apparently
it goes back several generations. Look, I'm doing my best to get rid of it.
You know what, buddy? I feel like you're doing a good job yourself.
Well, I hope so. My grandfather was the Wizard King of Atlantis, so, villainy runs in the blood, but I'm trying to do better. You know how hard it is getting a tenured professor job when your grandfather was, the Wizard King of Atlantis?
I wouldn't have a single clue.
It's tough. So while he's talking, he's flipped open Bandito's comic books, and he puts open a page where Bandito is in a smaller mech than normal and is punching the back of another mech. And the next panel is a full page of a young woman who the bottom of her cockpit is exploding upwardly around her as she screams out, "Biscuit!"
Yeah, that was an accident.
The girl looks like she's maybe 14.
I flip back to the previous page. It's him launching the attack.
He punched her mech and hit the ammo container on the mech and exploded the whole mech around her.
Yeah, where I'm from, it's a very bad thing to have ammo in your big mech because that could happen. I didn't think I could do that with the punch, but it was pretty awesome if I had to say so. It was an accident.
I was just thinking
That's pretty awesome.
I mean, look, I just punched that neck to explosion. You don't see that happening.
You look very fit in the picture here. What happened when you pulled through to the...
I've been shot a lot since then, to be honest.
Yeah, you do look better in the comic.
No offense.
No, that's fair. It is kind of they're very good artistic. I feel like I should sue from them claiming my likeness, but you know what? It's fine.
Well, all right. Look, as they say, the past is prologue. I've explained what needs to be done. When I said that New York City was under attack, that wasn't like a vague. It's actually physically under attack right now. They're trying to get down to.
Why are we here?
Well, I've wanted to explain everything and engender a sense of camaraderie. So when I sent you out to your deaths, you might actually work together for a few seconds before dying.
Wait,
That
what?
sounds like everyday life, to be honest. So, I mean...
Plus, I was hoping you might come up with like a teamwork attack or something. Look, Toby has an arm now. Isn't that great? Isn't that great, guys? No, I'm gathering a new force of minions. Now I'm gathering a new team when I had intended my other... Look, it's fine. Maisie, you're much better than I anticipated. I thought... Well, first I thought you weren't even going to come, right? Like, I didn't intend for you to come. But now you're, like, actually pretty good.
She needed some convincing to be... She needed some convincing to be able to come here, but I was able to.
Well, of course, Esteban, you're such a great hero. You obviously convinced her very easily.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
No, he didn't convince me.
Yes, I did. Don't let her. She's just...
He knocked me off my broom.
You slipped off.
He turned slowly towards you. He's like, Esteban, did you knock her off her broom?
No, her hand slipped. She fell off the broom. I had nothing to do with it.
That seems pretty unlikely. She's been riding that broom for 8 years, and...
I'm sorry, you literally ride around on a broom.
Yeah, I was wondering that as well.
Yeah, the broom's just in the room, just like chilling out in the corner.
Just that Vader just walks over.
Waves my hand so the broom comes back to my hand.
Yep, the broom swooshes over to your hands. Toby, this looks like the Force to you. Just involving more like pink sparkles and hearts and shit.
Right. Like, wow, I'm really actually kind of digging the visual flair to your little Force pulls there.
Wait, you're saying she farted from her hand? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, normally the Force doesn't normally have any visual component, but it seems like she's doing something weird. I assume it's fully functional if we need something swept up.
Can you do like a little shield doohickey thing? So, like we could do that whole put Toby in the slug thing if you can shield him from the Force with sound of speed and collision.
Make a shield, but I think that might be a bad idea. Shooting Toby out. What if he gets hurt?
I mean, we can repair. You just do your one thing. We can repair him. I could probably repair him. I just look at him.
Just to be clear, sorry, Wizardson jumping in here. Just to be clear, he's not repaired. That arm's only magically there as long as she maintains it. If she was to be like attacked by a giant dog and knocked out, that arm would disappear.
Oh wow!
Is it like flickering right now? Actually,
Yeah.
No, I didn't realize. I mean, I certainly have like a good reason to keep her safe. Then, well, I know who to sacrifice in a pinch.
I mean, I could probably take a look at it. Maybe I know some mechanic stuff because I used to work on mechs on occasion. You just seem like a smaller version of one, like a couple 20 feet smaller, actually.
Yes, I don't think baby mech is the term. A droid is the preferred term. And I don't know if I trust your chubby little fingers inside my body. So,
all right, first, sir, that's harmful. That's hurtful. My fingers are not chubby. And sir, you can perfectly trust me. Believe me. If I can help work on a mech, I can help work on you.
Actually, aren't you a mech helps? Yeah, like you're legendarily bad at that, aren't you?
No, I'm actually not that bad. I'm just a little rusty is all.
Your unit is well known in the look. He like opens the page where the 4 members of your unit are watching the techs fix all of the mechs while you sit around and do nothing.
I'm like, why didn't we pull this guy? This guy has like a whole tool set. We could have pulled him through. That would have been better.
Oh, Baron? Well, he's kind of a pompous jackass.
He is a pompous jackass. I can't deny that.
Plus, I was really looking to grab Kenneth Cross, so I mean, I would have got Kenneth Crosses.
So wait, they have Kenneth and they have Niall. Who else?
Well, they have their horrible bear creatures.
The wizards.
The dog tail disappearing beasts, wizards, whatever Ramek is.
And are we sure we're the good guys or the bad?
I'm pretty sure the people invading us are the bad guys.
I often find out way after the fact.
Wait, shouldn't you? I'm not going to ask. Never mind.
No, please ask.
How do you find out you're the bad guy way after the fact? What kind of things are you doing?
Oh, I mean,
Wiz Wizardson sets down the five novels of the life of Niall in front of you, Maisie, and he's like, it would take too long to explain, but everything's here.
Oh, these like really thick but novels.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're like a regular Star Wars novel, so they're super big.
Yeah, 450 pages.
I just like start flipping through. Like,
Almost all of these evil acts are all on accident or in good faith, I swear.
How do you have an evil act on accident?
Just like accidentally evil.
Well, I mean, you're created with, incredible programming to be able to destroy anyone in hand-to-hand combat, and then trained with the lightsabers and given guns, and then suddenly, we are given a reward system based upon how many villages you can slaughter in what amount of time, and then
that's a bounty hunter.
How in the world is slaughtering villages and accidentally evil? That's just deliberately a horrible thing to do.
I mean, well, I didn't really. I mean, it was all kind of erased from my memory. So when I got it back, it was like kind of like watching a movie of me just kind of doing these awful, terrible things. And, there's the time when we, exploded half of a city on a planet, but it was like, if we didn't do that, I'd be dead.
I think it's point like Bandito thinks about the time where he had a artillery gun bomb a explosive plant in a ammunition plant. Yeah, we should probably go.
Oh, no, you're right. Yes, let's not continue on my story. Let's go.
I think we have a city to save or something.
Welcome to AP Gaming Real, IseKollision, with your host and game master, Arthur Perkins.
The beginning of the second part of episode 2 starts with our very unlikely heroes, Toby, Maisie, Esteban, and Bandito, deciding on the name of the team. Several minutes pass until the group decides on something involving Esteban due to a unanimous decision of Wiz Wizardson and the cat himself. After a short conversation about means of travel, the gang headed off to go retrieve the Devastator. Along the way, the group ran into a man named Mike that stopped them, claiming a no-fly zone. Inevitably, Mike finds out who the group are and attempted to detain them after turning into a dragon. Fortunately, our heroes were able to get away after Toby put the dragon in a full Nelson, Bandito unloaded a few pistol rounds into it, and Maisie's incredible flying skill. After the brief confrontation, the group finally made it to the upside-down dug-in Devastator that is surrounded by multiple beholders. While the heroes were trying to quietly formulate a plan, the beholders hear the loudmouth Bandito and fly after the group. In the beginning part of the escape, Toby attempted to block the I-beams for the group and took a hit from one of the beholders. As Bandito was shooting back at the beast, his pistol gets hit with one of the rays and turned to stone, making it unfunctional. The group split off in order to lose the beast. Toby managed to elude the beholders by flying into an alleyway while the beasts weren't looking. Maisie and Bandito were not that fortunate. Maisie flew them through a random window into someone's apartment where the resident comes out and promptly points a gun at them. Fortunately, the beholder caught up to them and distracted the resident so Maisie could escape. It is currently unknown if the resident is still alive. Meanwhile, Toby made his way to the Devastator after he confirmed the coast was clear. Soon after, he called Maisie and Bandito, telling them that he was going to attempt to hack into the Devastator. Despite whatever warning or assistance Bandito tried to give, Toby just ignored him and locked out the system anyway. A few minutes later, Maisie and Bandito regrouped with Toby by the locked out Devastator. Luckily, while Bandito was sighing and shaking his head over how he's going to get into his mech, Maisie just taps the cockpit with her wand and magically opens it, becoming the master operator of the mech and permanently putting a pink heart on the outside of the cockpit. Bandito doesn't question much of it and just climbs into the mech, then slowly uprights the 100-ton mass of metal. Not a moment later, something pings on his sensors, but you'll have to wait for episode 3 to find out.
Welcome to AP Gaming Real, IseKollision, with your host and Game Master, Arthur Perkins.
How's everybody been this week?
Been all right.
Pretty rough week. I had some like seizures, so most of the week is just erased from my memory. But I'm like really sore and missed a bunch of work. So not the best week.
Okay, that's not.
I'm doing great with the cigarettes though. It's been like, wait, what's the date today? All right, it's been 1 month today.
Congratulations. Cotton, you got anything going on?
Had work yesterday and today, and I got work tomorrow for the evening, and then Wednesday. Streaming. It's been, yeah.
Good to be
That's
back
about it.
streaming. Yes,
Yeah.
no.
Huh?
Yes, no. Good streams.
Yeah.
I haven't streamed in forever. Oh, I better go host this. Oh wait, we're not live streaming. We're recording.
I don't believe so. I believe it's supposed to be just straight to, well, relatively straight to YouTube.
DVD. We're going straight to Laserdisc with this one, baby.
Yeah, it'll be on YouTube eventually.
I mean, obviously the podcast version is going to be straight to vinyl.
Yeah, I don't.
That was a joke.
We'll be releasing each
So what I want is
each episode as a 1 hour single.
No, this is what I want to have happen now. I actually do want a vinyl, just so that I can do a record scratch, and it's just Pondo saying that it's going to be a vinyl over and over again while someone's mixing on a DJ table. That's my jam. I 100% want this to happen. It'll be tough. But
I mean, it wouldn't be very tough for me. I can very easily emulate a vinyl recording being scratched. I mean, not super easily. It would take me like a half an hour or so to get like a nice good scratch of Pondo. But then I could just drop it on a hot track whenever I needed it.
I feel like Pondo might make the track explode if you dropped him on it. You know, he's like gunpowder. Look, I gotta be honest. The other day, someone was like, if Sid Alpha is audible chocolate, then AP is palate cleansing vanilla. And I felt attacked. I felt like someone had... I felt like Boromir when he's getting shot with all the arrows in Lord of the Rings, like over and over again. But then I was like, what flavors would all of my cast members be? And I was like, well, Kels is probably Neapolitan. Rad is probably like strong black coffee flavored ice cream.
I'm just like whatever they wrote up on the board that day.
Yeah, I feel like your flavor would probably change depending on what accent you were adopting for the...
You're the rainbow ice cream, essentially. We just like throw a bunch of...
I couldn't come up
flavors
with one for you, Pondo. I was trying. I was like, "What is there a Texas ice cream like with some chili sprinkled into it, with a side of refried beans?
Maybe like that like peppermint ice cream with candy canes in it."
Is that refreshing. The first thing you think of when you think of Pondo's voice? Peppermint ice cream,
kind of like Christmassy and like pepperminty guy.
I gotta tell you, the first thing I think of when I think of Pondo is not Christmassy guy, but okay.
I don't know, Rocky Road? I don't know.
No, I was going with Lexi for Rocky Road because it's the lewdest sending ice cream. Yeah, I know.
Is it?
Both of you just reacted to it, so...
No, I'm reacting as like thinking as like, is it?
I mean, start looking up ice cream names on.
I mean, if there's
name a more lewd name of ice cream.
Sex on the Beach. I don't know.
That's an alcohol.
Yeah,
it could be an ice cream.
How does that work? That's not how ice cream works. You can't just take an alcohol and say it could be an ice cream. Vodka cranberry ice cream? Does that sound good to you?
No, unless you're talking about Baileys.
If I was an alcoholic, yeah.
Baileys?
No, Baileys. It's like
Baileys. I was gonna say I don't want Bailey
cream.
flavored anything.
Like one bay leaf in like 30 gallons of chili is enough to like overpower it. So yeah, I don't think bay leaves is a great choice for ice cream.
I'm pretty sure there's people who've made like pickled ice cream. Not pickled, like pickle flavored ice cream. I don't think it turned out well.
I've had that. It wasn't that good.
It doesn't sound like it would be. I prefer to stay with the classic vanilla flavor, but that's just me.
Sid's got a fine voice. It sounds okay. If you've got he's always has really good recording equipment, so of course it's going to sound better than most people's voice.
That's true.
But also he can't do a fucking single voice other than his own.
You mean his other accents? Yeah.
Yeah, you have a wide range of fun.
He can do British. He can do vaguely mid-Atlantic British.
I don't know if I've played with a British Sid character.
Yeah, he was on Winter's Edge in here. Old Typhus.
Winter's Edge and also Battletech, he does it.
In Battletech, he forgets that he's British half the time, though.
That's fair. I think it's more of a more pompous voice.
Yeah. I mean, he did literally Lord Typhus in the middle of a conversation. That's like, how did Lord Typhus get into your battle mech?
Yeah, I know. I heard that. He went, "Why, hello there."
Yeah. Sid is a complicated guy, man. I think that he might be destroying the internet single-handedly.
Possibly.
All right. I think we're warmed up now, ready to get started. Gonna go ahead and crack my fingers. Nope, that's not happening. Normally I crack them, they immediately crack, but I think I cracked them before, and now it just kind of feels like I'm bending my fingers the wrong way.
You have to wait for another 40 minutes for them to reset.
Yeah. You got to get that lactic acid or whatever back inside them. Oh no. Okay, I cracked my thumbs. That's okay. Ugh, it's terrible. Ugh.
Yeah,
now we're all just.
I was like, you know what? Better get out of the way now before it actually becomes a problem.
Now, if I recall, last episode, we left off. You all were at the New York City University Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Bandito had just gotten his Devastator upright and working with Maisie's help. The rest of you were on the ground outside when you were suddenly approached in the distance by the Atlas, Kenneth Cross, who began explaining that he was the good guy here.
Yeah, I would like to fly up to him. Like that was the last thing I was trying to do, was opening up a hailing frequency.
All right, you open the hailing frequency.
And I would also like to kind of double check my memory banks. When we were flipping through those novels about Niall, did it have the Evil Toby arc in there?
Oh, yeah.
And he was referred to as Evil Toby?
Yes.
Great. Okay, this is perfect.
Because the novels are written from her point of view.
Well, his name was like Evil Toby. I'm pretty sure he went by that.
Yeah.
He was totally into it. So yeah, I opened up a hailing frequency. Hello, Kenneth, is this, am I reaching you?
Yes, this is Kenneth Cross. I'm coming across on all frequencies.
All right, well, my name is
The
Toby.
Atlas slowly moves its giant hands in a waving motion before putting its Gauss rifle back online with Bandito's mech.
Yes, well, I believe there's been some type of misunderstanding. We've both been pulled from our homes to this very odd place. And
I understand that completely. Yep, I'm with you so far.
See, the thing is, it seems like I was reviewing our source material. Seems like you're a good guy, and maybe I'm a good guy. And I don't know if you noticed the young woman that's been with you. does have some emotional issues.
That's complicated. I'm pretty sure both you and N are both bad guys, however.
No, because you see, if you refer back to the material, there is specifically an arc where there was a copy of me made who was terribly evil. And they did refer to him as Evil Toby.
That's correct.
Me to be the other Toby.
He was a exact copy of you that was just more evil.
Right, Evil Toby. And then this Toby.
You're
obviously
less evil, Toby. You're Toby original. You've been killing people.
Also, you could refer to as Good Toby when compared to the other Toby.
You could attempt to do that, but the things you do aren't particularly good. You attempted to kill a small child repeatedly and destroyed half a planet.
All right, before we get back on this long possible conundrum of moral choices in our lives, can we? There's currently an invading monster situation happening that we really need to get back to. So if you could,
Mr. Gray,
say what?
I'm just going to need you to quiet down for a minute. I'm here to talk to Maisie and Esteban.
What?
Miss Maisie, Lord Esteban.
Hello.
My name is Kenneth Cross, and I'm here to protect you from this man. As I'm sure you figured out, he is villainous scum.
Well, he's been fairly okay.
I'm sure that he is capable of, for a time, appearing to be an average and almost law-abiding human being, but I've reviewed his history on top of what I already knew of him, and I think you can tell that this man is a born killer who just kills and kills and kills. Now, I have to apologize. I'm responsible in a large part to the way his life has turned out. His family got in deep debt with the corporation, buying material, seeds, industrial mechs. You don't really know what they're like, very small versions of our current mechs that are used to like pick things up and put them down, you know, like crop stuff, weed dusting. Look, anyway, it doesn't matter.
They're shitty farmers and couldn't make a return on investment.
You know how it is with corporations. I mean, you're from the Star Wars universe. Corporations literally run everything there.
Yes.
Here's the deal. The corporations intentionally sold them equipment they didn't need that they wouldn't be able to pay for.
So they could come harvest their organs later. Yes, the same story. We've heard it a million times.
You are, first off, that is not what happened. And second, you are not selling yourself as the good version of Toby.
Look, I'm practically retired. Me and my son are like basically students at this point, studying, arcane teachings.
You have a son?
You were retired for like 30 seconds.
Yes, but I mean, like very retired. It was a hardline retirement. Done, out of the game.
As soon as you retired, you then immediately attempted to kill the same young woman who you've been trying to kill for years.
No, I would swear that I said something like, please don't, let's not do this. And she was very angry. I don't know if you noticed the anger is just cranked to 11 on this one all the time.
All right. Let's get back, because right now, every word I'm hearing out of Kenneth Cross's mouth is still pissing me off because it just makes it sound really much worse than what he has happened before. So I'd like to get to the situation where, the invading monster, bug-eyed creature.
I was getting to that. Please, Mr. Gray, let me speak to Miss Maisie and Lord Esteban.
Could you hurry it up, please?
Hurry it up. Young man, I am here to save you from yourself, and that requires explaining your backstory.
Again, innocent people dying, can go stop
so
that
there
now.
I was with a choice. I accepted a legal contract from this corporation. Now, I wasn't aware at the time of the depths of their depravity in tricking these people into doing this. And they do it all the time. But it was a legal contract. These people were holding their ground, attempting to get out of their debts with the corporation by force. My lance was dispatched in order to stand down the situation. They escalated with force. My lance mates responded with obscene and ridiculous force, for which they were all punished later. I wept for them. I attended their funeral. But this man has spent years preparing his revenge against me, hunting me, studying me, And you've seen the comic books and graphic detail of the things he's done. He can't stop killing people. Men, women, children. Gangsters.
Actually, I mainly read your comics, so I don't really know what was in his.
He kills a lot of people.
I did see the death of his family, which I could see why he'd be a little upset. Maybe don't.
I don't deny
but
that he has cause for vengeance against me, but that does not excuse the things that he has done.
I mean, I know how you feel.
So,
I mean, the people I was working with did terrible, awful things. I mean, the captain was a twisted, sick individual. I mean, I was practically forced to do these things. I mean,
no, you weren't.
I would have had to go find another job if I didn't.
You were a free droid.
Practically
He literally
false.
freed you, and you chose to stay with him, and in fact encouraged him to commit several atrocious acts.
Basically, they were just trying to, prop him up.
All right, let me get this. So you knew the entire. At any point, you could have got in there, told me what happened, and maybe like try to take me on a wing. Except for me ending up as an orphan, war, mercenary life. I've had to go through the mercenary life my entire life.
Mr. Gray, I need you to understand. I was a mercenary as well, a young lieutenant, and I had a lot to deal with. Yes, your family had died. And yes, you were alone. But would you take in an orphan while you were busy attempting to reform your company from the inside, attempting to keep your Lance from going to jail forever, making them pay for their mistakes, and doing whatever you could to climb the ladder in order to make sure this would never happen again?
Yes.
You think you could still adopt a young boy whose family that you had just been involved in the murder of?
We'll give it a try at least.
Well, then, in the future, I can expect that you'll do the same for others.
Yeah.
You don't sound very convincing right now.
Yeah, that second part.
I'm really fighting back the real pissed offness that you am right now. It's really hard to. I really would like to get to the situation where I was to kill the whole invasion thing.
So everybody here's a murderer except for me. But we can put that aside and we can go and save this place from the invaders.
Also, Lord Esteban hasn't killed anyone. He's just attempted to do so several times.
That is true.
Right. And like I said, I quit murdering hours ago.
That's
a
good step. That's a great step in the right direction.
I feel really good about it, honestly.
And I'd like to point out that what I do is not murder.
I mean, what about his family?
I didn't fire at them. I am a mercenary that provides protection to people who are in need.
So you've never killed anybody?
I have killed several people, but just because someone dies doesn't make it murder.
So everybody here's a killer. How about that?
I can agree to that.
Except for Esteban and I. Is everybody good with that?
Yes, I'm just trying to. I mean, I was fairly sure this whole time that I was like one of the good guys. I felt like everyone was cheering for me and everything.
How about you're neutral, on the verge to being good?
I mean, I could go with neutral. Everyone needs a neutral character, I guess.
But anyway, can we save the planet?
I have a question real quick.
Yes.
Is this after the events that we meet up with Kenneth Cross on the campaign?
Before the events where you meet up with Kenneth Cross.
This can't be good.
Mr. Gray.
He knows my mech.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. All right.
Of course, if the show's ongoing, right? But we already know that they know the identity of your mercenary unit because someone revealed their face and then butt on the camera.
Yeah.
It can be hard to identify someone based on their butt, but I've seen CSI shows. Someone will.
Yeah. That did happen. God damn it.
Mr. Gray.
Oh, what?
You're a young man driven by vengeance. And even though this world and all our worlds, or at least our return to them, are at stake here, You are so filled with blood vengeance. You can do naught but fight me. I'll engage you in combat here.
Oh, you guys are going to robot duel here?
That seems like a bad idea.
Don't.
I agree.
Can we do it after?
No, I mean, after we should theoretically be going home, right? I'm hoping to speak with, I'm assuming you've gotten in contact with Professor Wizardson.
Yes, also not sure if he's evil or not. How's your professor? Do you have, I assume you have something?
Well, allow me to tell you my backstory since arriving here.
All right, I don't got time for this. Let's just.
I do. I
just start stepping away.
Can I shut up his mech since I had the control of it?
He does have super user permissions.
Your mech suddenly seizes up, Bandito. It's even better because you go to start taking a step, so your mech is stuck with like one leg 3 feet off the ground.
Yeah, and I just sit down on it like a nice little bench.
I just like try to. I feel like there's like the whole like car starting engines like.
Warning: super user override.
Just wait and hear him out for just a little bit, and then we can all save the world together.
A timer starts in your mech for how long the super user override will last. It's 120 seconds.
Okay.
When I arrived, I found myself in my mech and a young woman armed with 2 lightsabers. I thought they were just plasma rifle energy weapons were malfunctioning, but anyway, we're approached by an organization called the RAMOC, the Royal Academy of Magic Occult Club. They attempted a spell of some sort. They weren't powerful enough wizards in order to plane shift, so they were attempting experimental magic in order to connect themselves to a place more depraved and worse in every way than hell. So it brought us here to the island of Manhattan. Wow. At least Cod laughed. I've been storing that one up since the very beginning. Beginning of the show.
Well, I got it. I'm just like...
I was trying not to. I was trying to stay in character. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I was hoping to get that reaction, and you're the only one.
In Manhattan. I also do other shows if you want to check those out and you're not too hip on the AP. No.
It's just Bandy was just tapping away. Waiting for his control to come back.
They're here in order to gather resources and take a summer vacation for their club. They consider this a school trip. They've brought beholders, displacer beasts, other shit I literally can't pronounce. They appear to be magic users of some sort, but I've encountered several common citizens of this world. Tell me that Professor Wizardson, one path I have to get back home. So I've been cooperating with these people so far as I could and using my incredible skill at persuasion, attempting to get them to stand down from killing anyone in the area. But a second faction has emerged following that Nile girl. Or she's calling herself N.
I'm having a really hard time trusting you, to be completely 100% honest.
You once were involved in gassing a prisoner to death.
I chose to trust you two when I first met you, and the first things I was told about you wasn't that great. So we're in a different world. We all want to go home. We all want to save the people here. I think.
I honestly
I don't give a shit about going home.
Don't care that much about saving the people here. No one has paid me to do it, and
oh well.
I mean, we're not from this world. Also, they brought us here in order to fight Death Game style. So
technically, that was only some of the people. I assume that most of the people are very
right. I'm trying to protect the
citizenry.
citizenry, but I have a principle as a mercenary to only fight when I'm being paid for it. Otherwise, it would devalue my work as an artist.
Well, it would devalue your work in this world, but you'll be gone from this world soon.
Right, but I got to leave behind a legacy.
You could leave behind the legacy of a hero.
a
don't
hero
think he gives
who
a
gets
damn
paid
about
for
that.
their efforts.
Man, you were just making yourself more of an asshole.
Really? What are you doing this for? So you can go home?
I don't give a damn about home. This place is terrible. Everybody hates me.
That's true.
I mean,
Personally, I'd rather not have these monster folk killing innocent folk.
I agree. However,
I don't care about pay.
well, that's your choice. You seem to be a man who's driven only by vengeance.
If I was driven by vengeance right now, I would be shooting you in the head by at this point.
I mean,
I'm kind of
I don't think-
confused as to why you're standing with one neck leg up.
It's like, I check the timer, see if it's like
Yeah,
on.
it just expired.
Okay. I just quickly like put the foot back down. Better.
I mean, I don't know what you were doing. I was super confused.
I was trying to leave, but then I got overridden through some sort of
Why would you give someone else the command codes to your neck?
magic, I think, or farts.
Yeah, he
Some sort of
nods.
flash.
He's just like, yeah, I get it. I get it.
It was magic.
What was that about farts?
I don't know. It was just the robot guy keeps talking about flatulence or the.
You mean the force?
No, use the force, yes.
Oh, of course, whatever.
Oh, and I think she likes to be called. I'll call her whatever she wants. If she doesn't-
Anyway, I need if we could gladly. I'm just going to be on my way, start killing monsters and stuff. The hell with being paid. Just start walking again.
Lord Esteban, I assume you're on the comms as well. I'd like to know how you feel about this situation since you haven't weighed in.
I just feel like this point Esteban just wakes up from a nap. What? Who are you?
I'm Kenneth Cross, commander of my own mercenary company.
Doesn't sound important at all.
I have a large corporation called Kenneth Cross Extreme Unlimited.
That's good for you. Doesn't sound important at all.
I train young
I mean,
people.
the extreme does make it sound kind of exciting, though.
I know, right? No, we try to do a youth outreach program. We find young orphans and people who are at high risk of problems.
Are you shitting me?
And then you put them in a suit. Is that a wise idea?
Well, we train them in whatever their specialty is. Infantry, aerospace, tanks, mechs.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you're telling me that you just keep on walking away?
Mr. Gray, it took me years after that moment in order to get the corporation completely under my control so that I could implement these policies. So that people like you wouldn't have to suffer anymore. I'm sorry that I didn't have control when I was your age. Do you lead a mercenary company? As far as I can see, you're just a mech warrior who doesn't even own his own mech.
I really don't know how that situation's going on currently, to tell you the truth. So I wouldn't be able to answer that for you.
Are you,
Anyway,
are you not a mech warrior, or are you a lance
No,
leader?
I am.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Just to be clear, so you don't own your own company, correct?
not really, no.
Okay. All right. Well,
Lead
before
it
you
will help
judge
lead
me for not being able to do the thing that you so desperately needed at that time, perhaps you could be happier that I learned from that experience and have set up the thing that you so desperately needed.
It should help like a little bit.
No,
Little bit.
no.
Well,
There's like no like, hey, let's talk and not bring a gun, or you know,
you could talk now.
I really don't feel like talking right now because this whole world is crazy to me. Maybe when I figure this shit out, I will first stop monsters, then figure it out.
Have you come to him without a gun to talk before?
That's a good question.
Yes.
Actually, he has. He came incognito to one of my seminars.
I don't know if I really came incognito. I kind of just showed up to one of the seminars.
Apparently, he was planning the whole time on killing me, according to the comic book's thought balloons. But at the time, I thought he was just a pleasant young man out with his girlfriend.
It's not my girlfriend, but
Yeah, I know. I read the thought balloons afterwards.
Okay. I don't imagine I'd want to know what her thought balloon is. She's probably more intrigued by the free food and whatnot. Never mind. Anyway. Now, if we're done
Look, I'd like a paycheck as well as the next person, right? I'm a hard-working droid over here, but I don't think they have any Imperial credits.
You guys can't get this thought across that we're not getting paid for this.
I'm okay with not being paid for this. I just want to help
I'm just gonna go.
Can you just wait so we can maybe have a bigger team? There's a lot of things flying around over there.
Miss Maisie, I would be honored to join your side in order to protect this planet. Good to finally have allies here.
Come on, let's go.
Bandito, his atlas begins moving through the city towards you. Occasionally knocking over a small building, attempting to get around a corner.
To try to determine if he's being completely honest or not.
Yeah, you want to make an insight check on him?
Yeah.
Yeah, if there's one thing I know about the play-by-post, it's that I'm good at insight checks and no one else is.
Yeah. I don't really have anything. I mean,
you just roll 2d6 here.
Okay, I have 6 sense.
Wait. Do you still have your 6th sense type skill? Yeah. Go ahead and throw that in there.
So 3. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm adding much.
The 6. Oh, and you roll double ones. Oh, but you still got a 2. Everyone will be fine.
No.
Oh boy. I mean, look, you are completely certain that this guy, this horrible monster who murdered your family, is going to betray you as soon as you turn your mech away from him. Full alpha strike in the back to finish the job. I've had nightmares of this moment, and now they're about to come.
So I would like to. Niall's nowhere to be seen, right? She's probably hiding.
Yeah. No, there's no Nile on your optical sensors.
In that case, I think I will just try to sit on Kenneth's shoulder.
You're gonna fly up to his battle mech and ride with him? Ride or die? All right. Yeah, he holds a hand out as you're zooming down to place you on the shoulder as well.
All right, yeah.
He's just I'm not super comfortable with having a trained assassin droid with a lightsaber so close to my cockpit. But as long as you...
I'm glad he's on your shoulder.
No, I can deflect things away and whatnot. And if anyone tries to, climb up this thing and open up your suit, if that's really what you call it, I mean... It's
called a battle mech.
Okay, well, battle mech then.
An Atlas 7K.
Get in there, I'll chop their arms off or whatever.
Okay, that's good, because they've got beholders and stuff, and
that is a good idea. Maisie will fly up to Bandito's shoulder.
I don't know if you're able to see in the cockpit or not. There's just a face of, I don't like this. It's the face of, I'm giving him benefit of doubt, but I swear to God, I'll shoot him the first sight of him trying to betray me.
Very well. Mr. Gray, might I call you...
No.
He hasn't finished a sentence yet.
Yeah, you might have said,
No.
Something super nice. Maybe he was going to say, may I call you boss?
Boss is such a good thing to be called.
Fine. Miss Maisie, could you inform your comrade, Mr. Gray, that I would prefer if we stood back to back and then shuffled around circular clockwise while shooting enemies so we could look really badass while we're doing it?
That does sound really badass.
Does sound really badass.
Mr. Gray,
What?
I assume you heard that, so I'm not going to repeat it.
No.
Oh, come on. This is going to be like a 2-page spread in the comic. We've got to pull this off.
It would be so cool. Come on, please.
No.
You could literally news helicopters are getting nearby.
Can I attempt to convince him with that trait?
Yeah, of course. What trait would you like to use?
Yeah, I want to use beautiful.
Very well. Bandito, you can attempt to resist this, of course. Would you like to?
Yeah.
Very well. I want to point out that your nosebleeder trait also activates, and a small trickle of blood begins coming out of your nose. Maisie, what do you say, and what do you look like? Like, are you up against this mech cockpit, like trying to look in?
She does like take a broom and fly over to where he can see out of his mech cockpit, and she goes, "Pretty, please," and starts batting her eyes.
The camera zooms in on the eye bat, and there's some like sparkly diamonds all around her eyes. Is this happening?
Uh-huh.
All right, Maisie, you get to roll your dice. Bandito, you actually get one less die because of your nosebleeder trait.
Probably should have thought about adding. Well, it didn't matter.
That's fine. You definitely lose. Maisie has convinced you to maybe a little bit.
Wait, what was I supposed to do?
Ross wants to go back to back with your battle mech.
No, I heard that. I'm being characters like, what was I supposed to do?
Okay.
I think I've actually had him on mute. Oh, wait, no, I've just been straight up ignoring him.
So we cut to the news helicopter, and there's a guy that's in a business suit with this microphone, like half hanging out of the helicopter, while the cameraman's filming him. So his suit's waving with all the stuff. The camera's like tilted because the helicopter's going sideways in order to keep the battle mechs in focus. The news guy is just like, is it going to happen? Are they going to go back to back? Could this be the dramatic moment we've been waiting for? Also, oh my God, it's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, they're back to back, turning circular wise.
Spadius obviously is hating every second of this, like half second, millisecond.
We zoom in on Maisie and Toby providing point defense against like creatures that are climbing up the sides of the battle mech in order to get to the cockpit. The battle mechs are laying waste to the stadium as owl bears begin rushing out in a triangular wedge formation. After the dust settles and the wizards have stopped slinging the fireballs, there's a noise. And from out behind a hot dog stand, the hot dog stand explodes in an X-cross as two lightsabers go through it. And Niall appears, walking with a brace of people who are clearly wearing shitty Star Wars bathrobes.
Nice. I will leap down off the top of the Mac to meet her.
What is Toby doing?
She meets you she's standing at home plate while you're at the pitcher's mound. She raises a lightsaber towards you and is like, Toby, I've come to get my revenge and to claim this world in the name of the Empire.
Really? In the name? I thought you would just take it for yourself.
I am the Empire, Toby. With the death of the Emperor and Darth Vader, every man for themselves, and I am one of the highest ranked remaining Imperials left in the government.
Wow.
But more importantly...
You're what, 16, 17?
I'm 17 now, jackass.
Okay, I was wondering. I mean, I don't know your birthday.
Age is just a number. The Force is everything.
Right.
As she's saying that, like, bolts of electricity are coming up to go up and down her lightsaber.
Knocking, like, pebbles off the ground.
Man, that must be some strong flatulence over there. It must smell like hell.
Kenneth Cross is like, I don't think that. No, that's wrong. Everything you said is wrong.
I'm pretty sure it's magic.
Look, N, as I guess you're being called these days, there's been
That's
a
Darth N.
Right on, yes, Darth N. Don't you need like two? Wasn't there always like?
Is there a way I could shoot this lady while they're talking?
Yes, you can.
Without hitting, I don't know if it is without hitting Toby.
Well, if you fail really badly, you'll hit Toby.
So I'm still explaining. I'm like, you see, I thought that I was a good guy and you are a bad guy.
You were never a good guy, Toby. You literally worked for Hutts and the Empire. And occasionally you smuggled weapons for the Republic.
I mean, that was kind of my shine on the apple, as it were, and really felt good about that one.
I'm just going to attempt to shoot a PPC
All right,
at her.
so here's the deal. Because you still have hatred Kenneth Cross, anytime you're in the presence of Kenneth Cross and you're not trying to kill him, you have a -2 to everything.
That sounds about right.
So, yeah, like, your finger's about to tighten
like,
on the trigger, and you're like, I could just flip my arms backwards or turn my mech around, betray Kenneth Cross, get a full alpha strike on his back, and even though you know that you have to kill this Nile character, just that
like,
voice
I
in the
already
back of your
carved
mind.
Kenneth's name into all of these bullets. And I don't want to shoot Nile with them.
You know how long it takes to carve Kenneth Cross's name into 100 fist-sized bullets? It takes a while. That's just one round of autocannon ammunition.
I don't know. Why do you make a straight up roll just the same way as like, you know what? I'm going to shoot Kenneth Cross.
Yeah, you can just turn around and shoot him if you want.
Now I'm conflicted.
Good. That's exactly what your character was supposed to be at this moment. Conflicted over your dramatic backstory.
Macy's just going to yell down the Nile, you know. We kind of decided that Toby was neutral, but on the verge of being good now.
I don't care! And she says that. It's like amplified by the force to echo off of everywhere. So you've never seen a baseball diamond before in your world, Maisie, because they don't have baseball. But we all know what baseball diamonds look like. And everywhere that there's dirt instead of grass, the dirt begins raising up in forcefully anger. And begins pelting Toby with tiny rocks.
That's super rude.
Maze, is there a way you could block out my hatred here for a second? So that way I could just straight up shoot her? I'll make sure that Niall can't hear me. It's
what hatred?
So, Maisie,
the asshole behind me.
While Bandito is talking to you, you begin feeling like you can't breathe. I'm going to need you to make a defense roll against being force choked.
Oh, okay. What is it just the 2 dice?
It's your physical defense dice. For defense rating. 2, yeah. You could, of course, quickly use magic in order to establish a greater level of defense. If you...
I would like to do that.
Very well. That sounds wise. What type of magic would you like to use, and how do you want to use it?
I guess you wouldn't really know where the random choking is coming from.
No. Nope. Just being choked.
So I guess she just does like some kind of defense spell. It starts glowing pink here and then pink all over and finally into a barrier from the inside out.
All right. What level of defense would you like to add to yourself?
2 sounds good.
Okay. That will cost you level 4. It's going to cost you 5 stamina. Sorry, endurance.
5? Okay.
Yep. So, make your 6 dice. She got double N 6s, but she also got 3 5s for.
Wow.
That's going to be a critical. Yeah, no. You're unable to speak. Like, you can see over in the mech cockpit that Bandito is like talking to you. He's like waving, like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And you're just like,
all right, that's not good. Hey, Esteban, buddy, you might want to help your assistant there with that lady.
So here's the thing that goes wrong for Esteban. Because I got double 6s, or at least I got higher than a 12, lost. Also lose an item that you have, and the item that you've lost is your broom. As Maisie, choking, falls off the broom and begins plummeting to the ground. That also means Esteban and the broom, now no longer under control, also begin plummeting to the ground. And Toby, because this is happening behind you, you have no idea what's going on.
Is there a way that I can catch her?
Yes, you can use your giant mech hand to try to catch her as she goes down.
Okay. Was it just a piloting roll?
I'll let you do piloting, and I'll let you add your 6th sense, since you're like, what is happening here? Why isn't she talking to me?
I would like to slowly and dramatically
but Bandito,
walk forward.
You're also not killing Kenneth Cross. You have a -2 to this roll.
But even if I'm not like shooting, it's just -2 everything.
Yep.
You
That's
can't
a
do
problem.
anything.
You're
like-
driven by hatred. It's literally the core of your character. You put 2
right.
points into it.
You told me to 2 points. I only put
Yeah,
one
because it was a core part of your character.
Yeah. All right. I'll how many dramatic dice I have? I think 2. Yeah, I have 2 drama dice left. So I'll go ahead and I'll use those 2 to bring it back to a 5.
Good. Get a 6. Got exactly
Got a
6.
6.
Maisie, just before you reach the speed where impacting with the ground would be really bad, you land on the mech hand. It hurts, you know. You land on a solid crystal aligned steel that's the most dense metal possible in the universe at the speed of falling for a while, and then your broom lands on top of you, which isn't great. And then Lord Esteban lands on you as well, and he's in cat mode, so he's got all 4 paws down with the claws out, right on your stomach.
Is on the cops recording. It's like, hey asshole, can you shoot that bitch over there?
So
Okay,
Kenneth Cross is like, who, what? I'm facing the wrong way. We're back to back.
God damn it, you're worthless.
Toby, you were going to start walking
buffeted.
towards her.
Yeah, but I'm being buffeted by like force wind, so I'm assuming I have to get like a little lean.
Yeah.
And I'm like struggling to talk. I'm not armed, but I'm saying, Niall, you're too powerful for me. I know I cannot defeat you.
That's because I've defeated you literally every time we fought.
Yes, but I just want to tell you that Captain Coral would be proud, and I'm proud. And I'm going to try to just give her a hug. Arthur.
What is the end goal here? Are you
end
going to
goal
like
is
give
to
her a
have
hug and then
feel
stab her in the
out.
back with a lightsaber?
No, I just want her to stop with the hatred. She needs some positive reinforcement for once in her life.
Has your dad mode like activated? Is that
She's never been hugged before.
you found out you had a son and now you're just adopting everyone in the
dad
nearby
mode
area?
activated.
He got the dad chip installed, so
Yes. I did like a firmware update.
You
And I
have any skills to
fathering-
convince
I have
her?
fathering capabilities, so
I mean, unfortunately, those fathering capabilities aren't on your character
no,
sheet.
it's going to be 2 dice, right?
It is gonna be 2
No,
dice.
no, but I am reckless.
That's a drawback, not a positive thing.
What if I'm using it positively?
I will accept that. I'll accept that.
I don't know what I'm rolling against.
What you're doing is definitely reckless.
I mean, I guess she's just rolling.
She's rolling her iron will dice. So she gets 2 plus her iron will, which is going to end up being 4 dice.
Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna use. Wait, I have
Can you use
one
your drama
left.
die?
Use my last drama die, so we're evening up the roll.
All right. Go down. I got a 10.
Oh, damn it! The first of the 6.
She lets you hug her. She raises a hand up and begins patting you on the head. Like, don't worry, Toby. I understand.
Oh shit! Because I get really worried because that's what I was about to say.
You feel bad for all of the times that you abandoned me, stole my weaponry,
And you
treated me
said,
like garbage. But it'll be over for you. The pain is going to end. And then she uses her force to pull her lightsaber up in her hand and just activates it while it's stabbing you in the back.
I hate it when that happens.
So Bandito, Kenneth Cross has gotten turned around and sees what's happening, and he holds out his Gauss rifle arm and goes, "No!"
wait for him to let him get out of the way first.
They're so small, though. You know how hard it is to shoot infantry? This thing doesn't have any machine guns. What about you? Machine guns?
I mean, medium lasers.
That'll destroy everything in the area.
Well,
Can I use my magic to pick up Toby and move him somewhere else?
Yes. Yeah, you begin lifting Toby and moving him away. He's not dead. He does, however, have a giant hole, angular-wise, like he's been stabbed upwardly in the back,
Yeah,
up and down. Yeah,
I wasn't worried about that part. I was worried about the whole.
there's weird
hell
fluids
barrage
leaking out of the middle of him and his wiring. He's like a
molten
marionette
metal, like,
doll
dripping
that's
and
being
dry.
floated. Yeah.
Now are they out of the way? Now is he out of the way?
Yes.
All right. Now shoot them. Start
All right.
unloading everything essentially.
You can make a roll, and you can add an extra die for Kenneth Cross assisting you with his firepower.
I guess essentially doing the alpha strike here.
Okay. I want to tell you that she's going to counter by attempting to use her lightsabers to deflect all of any energy weapons back at you.
Oh, that's going to be epic for the bathrobe guys, because if they're behind and she like deflects all the,
so
feel cool.
It'll be a 66 because with hatred starts with 7 -2 from hatred would be 5, so +1 from Kenneth Cross would be 6.
Do I have time after moving Toby to do the assault and broomery?
Yes. You're gonna get on the broom and zoom on in there.
Oh, one other second.
It's a flyby.
Yeah.
You witch over there messing with my ride. And Sebastian will do a curse.
Oh boy, what are you cursing?
Her would be technically her lightsabery.
Yeah, you could lower her combat expertise. How much would you like to lower it by?
Oh my god.
2, which would
that's the coolest thing I've ever heard.
Drop from the 10 endurance that is 2 would drop him from 10 endurance to 0 endurance.
Yeah, so you have a choice. He can do this, but immediately afterwards, you either keep him in the fight and he takes hit point damage and will die if he runs out, or he'll fall asleep.
He'll probably just fall asleep.
All right. So this is Lord Esteban's last move on the battlefield here. And this is only going to last for 1 turn, this curse. But yeah, he lays a curse down on her, and you can visibly watch her lightsaber blocking get slower and slower. She's like, what's happening?
All right, now we shoot.
All right. Do this. Wow,
15.
you got a 15. That is super bad for me, my friend.
15 times 6.
She now only has 5 dice to roll. Counter.
All right, you have to wait for
she got a 12.
So 3 times 6 is 18.
No, because it's a counterattack, that means you deal your full damage without a block at all.
It goes.
Oh, okay.
Yep. She starts blocking, and she like blocks a couple large lasers, and then she takes a Gauss rifle hit, and then a second Gauss rifle hit. And
a third.
There's not only is she gone, there's like vaporous mist where she was, but all of the wizards that she brought to the battle are also destroyed by your missile barrage and the PPC carving. So when the PPC hits the ground, there's a streak like a half pipe as it glasses the earth near it.
This is I have to lift the base, do like full zoom function.
So
I think she's
the only thing that survives are the 2 lightsabers that are encased in the home plate's half pipe in the purely translucent glass there. There's nothing else left.
Huh.
Maisie, you go to do a flyby and there's nothing there. They're all dead.
All right.
That's about right.
Kenneth Cross is like, I guess our work here is done then. We've solved everything in the way that most things need to be solved, with violent firepower.
Well,
I tried to hug. You saw it. I tried to do.
Yeah, it's all right, but she was too crazy for her own good. It had to happen.
I'm
Apparently,
very proud of you, Toby. I was rooting for you. I was really hoping that would work.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Oh God.
I didn't think it would work, but it was a good distraction. So
Can I try to like fix Toby so he's not in pain?
yeah, sure.
Why did they put so many pain receptors in droids? Oh God.
So in order to fix him, you're going to have to give yourself the healing trait.
Mm-hmm.
How much endurance do you have left?
21.
Okay, so you got some left. The healing works with however many levels you have, you roll that many dice. So like if you have a 3 level, you roll 3d6, and that number combined is how much you heal. And so with your spell level, you could do a level 4 healing for 20 endurance, a level 3 for 10.
I am quite low on health right now, I think.
How low are you?
I mean, he basically
20,
just died.
Yeah, well, I had 24, so that would be enough to probably take me down.
Yeah.
I mean, you lose endurance afterwards. So the thing is like, if you run out of endurance, then you are dead.
Yes. I mean, he got stabbed with the lightsaber.
That's true.
I'll just play it safe since I don't know if this is over, and I'll use a level 3.
Okay. You spend 10 points of endurance. Roll 3d6. That's how much healing you get back. All right. Witch Mercy flies over and gives you 10 hit points.
Oh, thank goodness. Why did I never learn to repair droids? Bad mistake.
That does sound like a bad mistake, to be perfectly honest.
Are you feeling better?
Yes, quite a lot better, actually.
Oh, that's
Wow, she's gone.
Yeah, she's really dead. Like, there's nothing left.
I still think we could have maybe reformed her or taken her to jail.
She was just force choking you, whatever the hell it is.
I don't think it was fart choking, Mr. Ray.
Not
I really don't give a damn. I just
She
viewed him.
was like 17, though. So, some teenagers get really moody, and maybe she was just, having a bad day.
I read those comics. Those were a lot of moodiness to her. If it's,
She's a teenager.
I think she was just evil incarnate, to be honest.
He did seem to be
That's a little
pretty
bit rude. Well,
I mean,
I was looking
in the Star Wars universe, the Force is a powerful guiding tool that has turned her towards hatred, evil.
Yes, I was thinking that if I could, stop so much of that hate and anger, maybe she wouldn't be so powerful, and then I could, defeat
I like
her.
your instincts there, Mr. Droid. You got good ones for, someone who just blatantly kills people, destroys planets, and is a gun runner.
Look, that's all long in the past.
That's like
days.
days. Yeah.
So long.
Look, work on your father protocol, and you might have better luck next time, all right? I myself am a father, an entire regiment full of coward youth. I'm always satisfied to look over. They literally will give their lives for me, and I would give my life for them. Not for honor, but for them.
Well, I still need to get back to my son.
I think we should probably go talk to that Professor Wizwiz.
that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Wait, how did you have a son, Toby? Did you? I don't know. How does that work?
You'll have to watch the show on youtube.com/apgamingradio.
Wow, what a blatant sellout. I'll allow
YouTube?
Probably it was. I'm assuming that his son was actually created and then used part of his memory.
Remember how I got a son?
If you don't remember, I'm not going to explain it. Go back and watch the show.
I love him very much.
Yeah. I don't remember his name or how he got here. I only spent a few minutes with him, but I definitely love him a lot.
It was only days ago, but it feels like years.
It feels like the show was 3 years ago, or perhaps even longer at this point. We're so far into the fourth wall right now. I don't know that we can get back inside the Lincoln cabin.
So, asshole, what are you doing after you get back?
So I want to remind you that you muted him, so you won't be able to hear his answer.
I'm sorry. I unmute him. I forgot. Sorry, I muted you.
You told him you muted him?
Well, actually, they do that all the time on the Battletech show.
Oh, yeah. No, it happens all the time.
Mostly they tell Bandito that they muted him.
Yeah.
He's normally the recipient of this behavior.
It feels great being on the other end of it.
I'm dying. Well, as you know, I'm a man who takes contracts to protect people. And I took a contract to protect the sovereign government of the Draconis Combine on the planet Arubi. So when I get back, I'll put my full force into defending the planet as best I can.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't want to fight out your grudge here and now, Ray, I'll give you a chance to do it on the battlefields of Arubi.
You could just talk it out.
I mean,
Maybe hug. Try the Toby hug. That seemed pretty effective. I think
he is literally.
a little too.
You do know that he
for it.
murdered dozens of people on him. It's part of a terrorist organization. I've sworn.
Maybe
to
he
protect
just
the planet.
needs some guidance.
I don't
right
disagree
direction.
that he
Maybe he's
needs
just
some
looking
guidance,
for a
but
hug.
he also needs to be punished for the actions he's taken so far.
Maybe you could give him like a stern talking to.
I could give him justice. I've offered to give him justice several times. If he stands down and surrenders, we will take him to a Comstar court of law. Look, in our universe, justice reigns from above. It just falls from the sky because Comstar makes it happen.
Do you mean like literally falls from the sky? Because I've seen some weird stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Comstar
So I'm
is
not.
completely in control of the skies. They use messaging systems. It's very advanced technology to send messages over the distance between stars.
There's also
So they get the wisest people in the inner sphere together in order to make legal decisions.
There's also giant mechs jumping in the air, falling.
Yeah,
on
that's
people.
true. Justice also reigns in the form of LRMs as well.
Long-range missiles?
Yes, that's exactly what that is.
Oh, I feel so fucking pleased with myself.
You should,
Anyways,
but can you determine what a PPC is? It's particle projectile.
I probably wouldn't have got that.
Yeah, no.
We use ion cannons.
That's
That
totally
makes no
different technology.
Makes no sense, I know, but
We use magic and talking cats.
that makes less sense, yes.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. Magic isn't.
What?
I mean, where I come from, magic isn't real.
It's not.
Magic
This
is
Nope.
magic is very real.
Look,
There's
it's
no
100 years before people start using Battletech and Battletech magic, okay?
What?
Yeah, we get weird psychics and stuff. Don't worry about it. It's in the future.
In a DLC or something. Look,
In the DLC. So he goes, what's a DLC?
I've been looking into it. I'm very confused as to what's canon and what's not. I mean, I've been reading about me and Coral in some very intimate situations that I don't remember, but these are just people online typing this out. I'm not sure.
I mean, Coral is famous for his bath scenes, as far as I can tell. There are several graphic descriptions of him in the bath, talking to his father, playing with his lightsaber.
Yes, very graphic stuff.
It's unsurprising that there are Tobu Rural shipping,
Yeah.
or as it's sometimes called, Kobe's.
You guys are weird. All right. My only issues is that
Wait, you think that's weird? Mr. Gray, I guess you haven't seen some of the shippers from this universe. I am, in fact, 100% convinced that this place is worse than hell.
hell
Because-
shippers.
Yes, the Vincent Gray x Kenneth Cross ships are disgusting.
What?
Yes, we get in battle mech fights, and then somehow our cockpits end up open, and
Look, that's
we
not to say they're not
go
well
face to
done.
face with firearms, and then somehow we end up in a ski lodge with hot coffee.
Some of it's very well written.
What the hell are shippers?
I mean, it gets a little descriptive. I mean, adjective after adjective, and then a verb, and then adjective, adjective, verb. That's
Well, I'm more
very-
concerned about their lack of understanding how our characters work. They really just seem to want something called yaoi.
What?
They think you'd be a good couple
What?
romantically.
like cute, you know.
I don't think it's romantically, more like a sexually.
What?
Ah, well,
Here, I'm sending you a piece.
I was like, what do I get? Like a prompter
Yeah,
on
you
like
just start
what
getting like scrolling up some.
You gotta
very-
link to fanfiction.net.
the hell? What the hell is wrong with these people?
Like, yes, this is what I'm curious. What is wrong with these people, and how quickly can we get off their planet?
So remember that in this world, Kenneth Cross is the primary hero of his own series. So all of the ship names are based off of his name, and the top fan fiction is called A Gray Morning.
What? What is a gray morning?
Yeah.
Is that still Kenneth Cross and Vincent Gray?
Yes.
Oh. Anyway, so I'll never get that out of my mind now. I just like try to.
You got various ship
Sure.
names. Kroger's.
Why does it sound like a store? Anyway. Besides that weird image in my mind that I'll never be able to burn out of me no matter how much alcohol I drink. My only issue is that you know me now, and we're both going back to the same place, which you knowing me also allows you to know my mercenary company.
I'll give them a fair head start on getting off the planet. But somehow I get the idea that some member of your unit will obviously give themselves away, and conversation won't be... Don't worry, your company is...
I still think you guys could talk this out and leave this planet as friends.
Fine. Let's talk it out, Gray. You've spent your entire life planning to kill me, but sure, I assume that you can reform yourself in the space of an afternoon because a small girl from an anime told you it was possible. What do you got for me?
I can't. I'm 100% certain you're being sarcastic right now.
I am being sarcastic. I need to bring you to justice on behalf of my employers.
That's a bit hurtful.
Look, I've been assassinating people for over 4,000 years. I called it quits, no problem. I believe in him. He can do it.
I believe in him too.
You're not human. You can literally just turn off your assassination programming. Or upload a dad program.
No, I was...
Well, currently... I really don't feel like giving up to you, mainly because...
Killed your family, planning to kill me for years.
I mean, that's added to it.
Secretly stalking me.
That's a bit creepy.
Because your whole life is only based around one objective, and if you
I can't really
having that objective,
stalk you when I can't freely travel around the place.
Look, Vincent, as we've seen here with the robot, open my eyes to this. You've spent your whole life chasing me. Everything you've done, the moment family's death, been to find me. I am the most important person in your life. I shaped the path that you were on here. I'm basically your father.
Don't say that.
No, he's right. I mean,
don't.
If it wasn't for him, my life would be meaningless.
Indeed.
Don't. No.
You can't deny it.
He holds his mech's arms out.
No.
Looking for a hug. Come in, buddy.
Go on.
Come in.
Hug.
No.
Bring it in.
No.
Can I try to convince him to take the hug?
No.
No, you can't.
No.
Dang it.
He's very clear that he doesn't want to do this.
No. Don't say the F word.
I'm like a father to you, son.
Motherfucker. Immediately go for a headshot to the cockpit.
Okay. Let's roll.
Is this like a first father-son fight?
Is that a thing? Is that a thing that father-sons do?
I don't know. They get in arguments, but they have weapons right now, so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So 8.
Of course. Ouch. Not good. Are you really called shotting his cockpit as a snapshot? Wait, didn't you do this before? Already. Only because I don't want to die instantly. Been saving this the whole...
I think it was in simulation.
Oh my god. No, wait.
It was in simulation is what it was.
Okay. I'm going to use his drama dice here. I just don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I got 6 dice. Nope. He's about to take a lot of damage. All right, his highest is a 6. An 8.
8. So 2 times 6
Hit him
is
for 12 points of damage. All right. His atlas, his head looks like a grinning skull. You fire all of your weapons at point blank range into it. He stumbles backwards. Ah! You literally put a scar over one of his atlas's eyes. The cockpit shatters around him, opening the glass. Laser beams are flying everywhere as he stumbles back. Because you got higher than a 6, you get to make a choice as to what type of impairment you would like to throw on him. You could have him lose something. You could have him take a -1 to future combat stuff. And there's a third one. I can hear my cat running around. Do either of those options so far appeal to you?
More of that he loses a turn would be.
That's not a thing.
I'll take the -1s.
Skip card, lose a 10.
Lose a 10. I'll take the -1s to combat.
Very well. You can activate one of his weaknesses or flaws. It's the third thing you can.
What is his weaknesses and flaws?
His weaknesses and flaws are arrogance, parental insight, short-tempered.
What would arrogance do? Make him
He would be
overconfident?
Yes, exactly.
Thinking that he'd be able to take the blows?
Yeah. I mean, it would make him arrogant for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, I think I'd make him arrogant.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, you start treading his mech right in front of him. And he cries out over the comms. He's just like, you think you could take me? You think you could take me?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Maybe we should not fight.
He doesn't ask for any help from Maisie or Toby, even though he just got surprise attack because he's too arrogant. And he turns his guns on Bandito.
I'm going to fly out of the way since I was by Bandito's mech.
Okay.
Toby, what do you want to do?
We're at like spectator distance.
Okay, yeah, you guys are both completely fucked off from this.
Yeah.
I still think you could just resolve this peacefully.
I mean, he offered a hug.
Nope, he said the F word.
And he got.
I don't give a damn.
He
well,
got.
technically, you also said an F word.
Not the F word that I'm speaking of.
You said a bad F word, though. Maybe you might have offended him, too. You just rejected his feelings, and, that's a little bit rude. You could have done it a little bit nicer.
So what does he attack me with?
Yes, he's attacking with a Alpha Strike as well.
Okay.
I mean, you're literally doing what Niall did in the situation. So
yeah, you
Oh, no. Oh, I got 4 1s on my roll. Holy cow. And I still only end up with a 4.
I also got a 4.
Oh, my God. He's standing at point blank range. He fires everything he has, but you've moved your mech in between his arms and everything misses.
But then he wraps you in the hug.
Oh, he does do that. He holds you close and he's just like, I'm never letting you go, Vincent.
Oh, they're great. That makes me so much easier to hit you. I shoot with my PPCs.
Why didn't you just accept the hug, feel the love?
There was another hug chance to accept.
If you shoot me at this range, you'll take the damage as well.
With my PPCs?
The hot PPC exhaust will roll over both of our armors. My melting armor will melt your armor.
Oh, I'll just use my medium laser.
You'll destroy us both, Vincent. You'll destroy us both.
Please
if you hurt me, you hurt yourself. And like your mech is like, warning, you are being grappled. Warning, taking damage. Warning, joint damage.
Can I knock him off?
You want to try to get away from him first?
I was like, can I get away?
Yeah.
Rock 'em, sock 'em.
I don't know how.
Piloting roll.
Okay. I was figuring so what did the -1s give him? The double ones to quadruple ones.
I mean, he would have had to get 1s and also have failed the roll. He didn't.
Oh, okay.
He just got a 0.
All right. So piloting.
He got a 6.
I
got
10.
a 10. Yeah. You pull away from him. He stumbles after you, but your mech's reverse walking is faster than his stumbling.
Yeah. Can I shoot?
Yes.
Okay. I want to shoot with the PPCs now.
Okay.
Double 6s.
That's not good for me. Okay. I have 4 defense dice here. I did not get double 6. I got a 6.
So it's 11.
You deal 6 times 5. 30 points of damage.
Can I cut Kenneth out of his mech before it explodes?
Yes. So all of the armor is being stripped off of his mech. You can see the gyroscope and the fusion engine on the inside. Toby flies up to the cockpit and cuts it open. And Kenneth's just like, no, the mech's going into overload, Toby.
Yes, that's why I'm removing you from it.
Oh.
Grab him and rocket off with him. I would like to rocket up into the camera as the mech explodes.
Yeah, of course, you're iron gianting. Bandito. Maisie is in short range here, and the mech is currently going into nuclear overload.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, you forgot about that part, didn't you? Yeah, your mech's computerized voice is just like, warning, nuclear meltdown imminent.
Radioactive isotope.
Maisie, get in the mech. Get in my mech.
Wow, you just shot somebody.
Get in my mech or you're going to die too. Because of
Maisie,
his
you
mech
see like
blowing
this
up.
weird green white aurora coming out of the mech as you start hearing a whine. It's
Okay,
like,
I'll fly up to his mech.
I want to remind you.
You exploded the mech, and now you're going to
Where
kill...
is Lord Esteban in all this? Because he was
Well,
passed out.
He's
When
probably
he
still on
was
the
falling
broom.
asleep on the broom, I just picked him up.
Okay,
after that.
all right. Yeah. You get inside the mech and close the door with the purple pink heart just as the mech explodes. Radiation harmlessly washes over everyone present. The front end of Bandito's mech is just completely charred. Kenneth Cross is clinging to Toby, and he's just like, it's a good thing I have several more Atlases on my dropship. You never
All
have
right,
too
Toby,
many.
I need you to drop him.
Toby, whatever you do, don't drop me.
I would like to smack Vincent on the back of his head.
I'm used to it.
He actually is used to it.
Yeah, I will deliver Kenneth to the ground gently.
However, Bandito,
Huh?
you're now stuck in extremely cramped, warm conditions, very warm conditions, with a beautiful young woman, and your nosebleed trait activates again as you begin to
Goddamn
trickle a nosebleed.
concussions.
That's what you're going to blame it on, a concussion?
I didn't mean to hit you that hard.
The hell am I bleeding for? No, it's fine. It really only happened since I came here. I can't really explain it. I've taken a lot of injuries in the past. Never mind. All right, Toby, if you could step out of the way.
I'm gonna drop him down like behind a pillar or something and be like, "He's clearly gone mad. You'll have to run and hide for it. Probably in the sewers."
You should probably leave him alone, though.
I can't really.
I will
I've
override your
seen-
mech.
I've seen the like glassing of the baseball field. So I'm gonna try to just not. I don't want him to have like a wide open shot. I want to give Kenneth like a chance to get out of there, but I also am going to get the hell away from where Kenneth's body is in space.
Okay, so you want to safely put Kenneth down, but also not get shot by Bandito.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Because as soon as you set him down, and I'm going to immediately
One
shoot
more
at him.
extra chance. Like if he can sewer escape, that's on him.
Bandito?
I mean, I want to shoot him immediately as he gets set down.
Can I try to stop him from shooting him?
Yes. How do you want to stop him?
I just want to kind of grab whatever he's holding to like shoot and
You're going to
Oh,
fight?
that's not good.
Oh, it's like Kirk style. You're like fighting over the controls. Yeah. Like really shitty 80s music starts playing.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. Bandito, I need you to make a piloting roll. Maisie, are you using magic to learn how to pilot this mech, or are you just pressing whatever buttons you want?
You know, let's use magic to learn how to pilot this mech.
Very well. How much piloting skill would you like to suddenly have?
Just 2.
Okay, so that's going to cost you 5 more endurance, and you're both rolling your piloting plus your 2 regular dice against each other. The winner takes the mech.
Can I add 6 cents to it?
No.
Can I add hatred to it?
Yes. Yeah.
Can his nosebleed work against him in this?
Yes.
I mean, it's still rolling at 5, so I'll take it.
Okay. Wow, lightning! Just the dice pools are getting bigger and smaller so quickly. Oh, that's
9.
3 threes. 9. Thanks.
Well, I tried.
Yeah, you get control of the mech. You manage to push Maisie off long enough to line the mech's Gauss rifles and PPCs up with Kenneth Cross laying limply in the middle of a stadium.
Unprotected and basically innocent of any wrongdoing.
You pull the trigger.
I mean, I want to shoot medium lasers at him.
Okay.
Can I give him a barrier?
It's not going to make a difference. You can't make a big enough barrier to protect him from dying to this.
All right.
You put up a barrier real quick, but the medium lasers burn through it in the space of an instant.
Oh, triple sixes.
He's dead. Yeah.
You're a horrible person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You're terrible. That was awful. He was completely.
You could have easily flew him farther away from me.
Well,
Don't blame this on Toby. This is your fault.
You had won the mech duel. I thought maybe you'd want to gloat a bit, so I brought him over here.
No, I wanted to kill him.
You won the mech duel. You shouldn't have just,
The other thing is that he knew me, so he would mess up with my friends.
You had the chance to make it right. He tried to give you a hug. He tried to mend the bridge,
He said, "Father." I couldn't. It said, "Father."
Just because someone wants to connect with you on a family level doesn't mean you have the right to blow them to smithereens.
I told him not to say it, and he did it anyway.
Just because somebody does something you don't want to do, I could kill you right now for doing something,
I mean, I just killed the guy who killed my family, so I could die happy. Go ahead.
That's horrible. That's not how you should live your life.
Yes, I mean, Kenneth Cross, it sounds like, had hundreds of children that he had helped, overcome their challenges in life, and now they're all basically without him as well.
You just did what Kenneth did to hundreds of children.
Yes, you just did.
You are now worse than Kenneth Cross.
Yes, you're 100 times worse than Kenneth Cross, you piece of shit.
All right. Let's go home.
We all line up like a team and start walking out.
Don't you feel any bit of guilt for what you did?
No.
You should. You should think about this when you get home.
I will.
Think about it, badly, not be proud of yourself. Don't be proud of yourself for that.
All right, I can't promise
You
that.
shot a defenseless man.
Yeah.
He's sitting there thinking, not the first one.
No.
Probably won't be the last. All right.
I gotta tell you, my world is very much a dog-eat-dog world that we just shoot
That
each other.
doesn't give you right to be horrible.
No, I'm just telling you how it is.
We're not even in your world, really, so...
Yeah, we were in a nice world. You could have been nice here.
I'm judging by the comics, I wasn't nice in the first place, so...
You could choose to be nice from this point on.
Yes, that's what I did.
Yeah, follow Toby's example. He's been nice for 3 days.
3 days.
I will. From this point on, I'll be nice.
I'm going to hold you to that word.
Me too.
Okay.
Remember, I'm magic, so I'm able to pop into your dimension, possibly.
It's like Bandito was thinking, can she do that? Is she bullshitting me?
That's how Bandito got his first girlfriend.
It's
Bandito.
Can she do that?
Probably.
I just like it.
As long as she doesn't roll double sixes. Look, Witch Quest is a very, very strange RPG.
Yes.
They're literally you can do anything as long as you don't roll double sixes. And I'm like, all right, Lexi, you've rolled your third double six in a row. The world freezes over as ice begins sprouting from every surface.
Yeah, Lexi kind of cursed the whole world.
Got solved later, probably.
The three of you, and your mech, and your broom, and your cat, all drag yourself back to the lair of Professor Wiz Wizardson, where he has finished constructing an arcane array slathered in his blood. He's looking a little pale and anemic from all of the blood runes he's painted around it.
Do we need to go to the blood bank for you, or
no? It's fine.
Do you need some orange juice, maybe?
Yeah, and some donuts as well. Look, it'll be fine. I'm sending you back to your worlds.
You should try non-blood magic. It's way less,
Bloody?
I think that's how they're
literally the only way magic works here.
That's a pity. You should definitely look into cat
We can
magic.
only summon things using our blood magic, like I summoned
Maybe
that
you could
pen.
use the blood magic to summon a cat that can give you magic.
Yeah, you should blood magic to summon cat magic.
I did that, but now I have to send the cat back because you'll be very sad without your cat.
I would be
that's
very
true.
sad. I meant like a magic cat that isn't or to have a witch.
I understand
Your
that.
own
However,
magic
this
cat.
might surprise you, but I am not a witch. Not even a warlock. I'm a wizard. He looks off dramatically towards the camera as the sunset sparkles on the East River.
You're doing a
I'm
great
a
job
wizard.
not being evil, bud.
Thanks. Now I'm going to send you home. Everything that happened here will be like a dream.
Like
But-
a good dream.
Probably Kenneth Cross will definitely be dead when he gets back. Like he'll probably have like a heart attack and die instantly.
That's horrible.
I mean, I'm sending him back as well. His spirit can't remain here, or he'll become like an evil. I don't know if
that's
his mech
also
will
bad.
also become an evil ghost, but I can't take that risk.
That sounds terrifying,
That's
actually.
fair. That's fair.
Terrifying is watching all of you on the news and knowing that I'll be the one to pay for all the property damage cost.
Ted,
That's what happens when you bring
Why would you break
100-ton mechs
anything?
to this situation.
I'd only meant to bring Kenneth Cross. I'm sorry. Literally
Well,
killed
that's-
the
yes.
man that I summoned here in order to leave. You're a bad person, Vincent Gray.
He was not going to do it for free, just to let you be
You know,
honest.
he said he was going to be good from now on, though.
I am. So
He's made
solemn
us-
swear.
A solemn promise, always good. There we are. Now that
I believe him.
That was the only time in my entire life that I shot a man outside his cockpit.
Pretty sure that's not.
No, that's true.
Didn't you shoot people at the cafe during the mafia murder?
I think it means while he was in a cockpit. Like it's okay to shoot.
Yeah, like in my mech.
versus-
Yeah, mech versus
It was
person. That's
very
true. You
unfair.
haven't killed any
You
pilots
man.
recently.
It's everybody else.
Yeah, you just punch their ammo bins until they die from explosions.
I can't prevent that. That happens.
Only you can prevent ammo bin explosions by not punching them.
Those were poorly made ammo bins.
The last one I
That's
shot was
always-
with a Gauss
that's always-
rifle. I guess I shoot mech fist size.
You know, the
slugs
way
at
to
people.
stop from killing people is not kill them.
I agree. That's how I live my life, and it's worked out pretty well. You know, 0 dead by my hands so far.
I mean, to be honest, I might consider retiring after this. So
I'm considering opening up a home for wayward droids and the
That
Kenneth
sounds
Cross
lovely.
Kenneth Cross home for wayward droids. In his memory. It's
We'll be
not-
setting up a memorial service for Kenneth Cross as well, right over home plate at New York City Stadium.
Rest in peace, Kenneth.
His actions defending our nation here, our world, will be probably set up the Maisie Memorial hot dog stand.
I
Toby
do like hot dogs.
Drink Shack.
Mm.
You, Vincent, will be forgotten. You basically just murdered a man live on television.
I am perfectly okay with that.
Okay.
You shouldn't be, though. You should not be okay with
Well,
that.
before the
you
police
never-
burst in and arrest you, I'm going to send you back to your words. So, any final statements you have to say to each other?
I'd just like to get down, load, and like offer a big hug to Maisie.
I accept the hug.
I say, you take care of yourself and don't let the banditos of the world drag you down to the depths of their level.
Yeah, don't do
Well,
that.
don't say that. Don't agree with him, please. I'm trying to defend you. He said he's going to be good now, though.
I will.
All right, I want to because I don't really have thing. I just don't believe you, I think. I'll have to watch the show to find out. I will heckle you in chat if you do.
I mean, he's telling the truth.
Just because you say you're going to do it doesn't mean that's how time's going to turn out.
Yeah.
Maisie pulls one of the various bows she has off of her dress and wraps it around Toby's fake magic arm.
Right, that's going
It's a
to
little friendship
disappear when
bracelet.
you go.
It's okay. Once I get back home, my son can make.
I mean, they'll be able to patch that up easily. They'll
with
just grab
fake
it.
force powers in it. I'm gonna have him install like a really powerful fan underneath the armpit, so like I can, do that impressive wind blowy thing that Niall is doing.
That is
yeah,
a really
so
good thing.
I step into the blood rune circle.
Disappear.
Maisie will offer Bandito a hug as well.
He's just confused, like, what? All right. He's opened us for a hug.
She gives him a hug, pats him on the back, and says, "Remember to be good, or I will be there." And then she steps into the portal. Going magic.
Still not really sure. It's like, can she really do that?
I mean, look at all the other stuff she did.
Look, it will be amazing if Cotton guest stars on the show as Maisie.
Is this going to be canon?
I mean, if you
I don't know, man. I'll figure that out during the next week. Is it canon? Is it not? All I'm saying is that
a delayed heart attack.
Maisie without Lord Esteban showing up and piloting a mech as a guest star. Great.
It's like, would she teleport
if this
back?
is canon, I'm totally down to pop up and see if he's being good.
You can't see it, podcast audio. Putting on my dark sunglasses. I don't have a fucking clue what's going to happen next.
I did mess with the things by just shooting him. So. All right. Well, I guess Beidito gets in his mech, goes into the probably mech size.
No, it's literally the size of a regular magic circle. The professor's just like, any part of your mech that stands in it should be able to be teleported. There should be no problems, and if there are, you won't feel anything.
just Beidito, just his whole like tries to look down, and then he just twists his whole torso towards him.
As you twist the torso, your torso ends up over the summoning circle, and your mech begins disappearing Avengers style, where Infinity War
disintegrates.
Yeah, it disintegrates into black dust.
Oh, that doesn't sound great.
Maisie, you, your cat, Broom, all standing at the magic circle. The professor says, you don't have to go. You can stay here, become my student, learn my style of magic.
I'm actually on a quest currently to save my world. So
Well, that was just because I drilled a rift into your world in order to summon Esteban.
I also have to go back to reform school because I was in a lot of trouble.
But you don't have to go back. You could stay here with me, and I could teach you all that I know.
And that sounds great. But also, I gotta report back to my teacher. Maybe we'll meet again.
Probably not. There'd have to be some world-ending crisis here in New York City in order for me to...
You could just do like some kind of friendly pop-up visit for tea.
Yeah, as I explained when you came here, I can only do that summoning people from another world when we really need you. So again, unless there's some enormous, second season type deal, a whole second overworld collaborative event where another disaster happens and I have to re-summon all of you back here. I probably won't re-summon Vincent Gray. I mean, I really wanted Kenneth Cross.
Maybe I'll go back to my teachers and I'll study interdimensional magic. Maybe I can pop in for something.
All right. I never did get Kenneth Cross's autograph.
Neither did I. I think Toby got it.
I don't think Toby even got it, actually.
I think he did.
I mean, Toby touched him, so that's almost as good as getting it, right?
That's fair. He's never going to wash that mech hand.
Never.
His little droid hand.
It'd be the one that disappears.
Yeah,
that
of course it would. No! Curses!
That's even worse than washing it.
Filled with immense sadness, Maisie, the professor gestures for the magic circle for you to take your broom on with you.
She gives him a hug and steps in.
All right, he's like, there. I know I'm supposed to say something fatherly, but I really don't feel like your father, so if you could just get in the goddamn circle.
Grabs Esteban, who's probably still sleeping, jumps.
I'm a professor, not a father, damn it. That's what he says as you step into the circle. And you are all sent back to your worlds.
Oh, thank God.
That was it. That was IseKollision. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. Once again, I was like, this is going to be a serious drama. It ended up just being 5 hours of pure comedy.
Even when it was supposed to be serious, it got twisted.
Yeah. I think I probably am going to make it canon that, like, the front end of the Atlas explodes randomly and he dies of a heart attack. Canon, Bandito, that you've come back.
I mean, would Bandito remember it?
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
What do you
mean, Bandito doesn't remember. It's like, son of a bitch, someone stole my kill.
The person who stole the kill was you! You stole it from yourself.
So I kept having great dreams. Like, man, I just had a dream that I killed Ken the Cross. That's great.
Guys, how did you feel playing your own?
Your revenge quest to kill that guy.
Your revenge quest is to kill your alternate self?
I gotta kick my ass.
How did you feel playing these characters after all this time?
I feel really good about Toby's little story that we had here. Because he tried to make it right. Obviously, Niall is insane, evil force user, so tried to kill me. But then also, finally was destroyed because no one on our show was good enough to do it. So yeah, it feels like a nice wrap up for Toby. Like, he feels good about trying to put the past behind him, and he can just go and like live with his son. His son can make him a cool new arm with fake force powers. Feels pretty good. I had a great time.
Are they fake force powers or are they powers?
Find out on Edge.
No, I mean literally, like that's the whole philosophy of those robots, right? Like, isn't the force just moving universal things around?
Right?
Controlling temperature or communication. What's the difference between sending a force ghost and sending a holo communication?
Not a whole lot. I mean, a little electricity, but that's
a lot of electricity.
Magical as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot, but it's fine. We got plenty of electricity.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in Star Wars you just make a droid and you never plug it in, you never switch its batteries, and it just keeps on going. So that's what me and my son are going to do, perfecting our force tactics. And I'll always tell the story about the brave young girl that tried to help me save the soul of a dirty old hick.
It's not that old, but yeah. So Maisie's legend grows on other planets, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Cotton, you're the character that we got to play the least in. She was literally just a one-shot character. But how was it encountering Maisie again?
It was pretty fun because I liked using all the magic, and my dog's going nuts.
Yeah, I could tell. I'd ask you, but your character's ongoing, Pondo. People could still watch you fuck up everything.
I mean, he may die potentially next episode.
That's true.
So, I mean, it was fun playing Sebastian. That was great.
You mean Esteban?
Esteban. Almost same difference.
Sebastian.
Same letters.
Sebastian's the other, is the more pompous, just leave me the hell alone type of person.
What is Sebastian from?
The Game of Thrones, Ice and Fire.
Oh yeah, from House
Winewood.
Winewood, yeah, I remember that. Burger
Sebastian
King guy.
Winewood, yeah.
Literally the Burger King guy.
That's yeah.
Really want to run that show with some so I can watch peers betray each other. Lexi is so excited to guest star on the Battletech show just so she can try to kill you.
Why me?
Well, I mean, she was like, I'm so upset about all the people that voted against my mission, Ankle. And I was like, well, you could just kill Pondo to get back at Cotton. She was like, great, I'm going to do that.
All right.
It's really easy to manipulate it that way. But also, I want to point out, she's like, I'm never going to try to save anyone again. I'm never using my support equipment or blowing up my planes. They keep making fun of me. I was like, first off, that's mostly me.
She's like complaining directly about you to yourself.
Exactly. And then in the very next episode, she immediately did it with no hesitation, immediately sacrificed her planes in order to save Cotton. I was like, all right, Cotton, you die. You take like 80 points of damage and you die instantly. And Lexi was like, no, I stop it. And I was like, I got you. I knew you couldn't resist. Do it.
It's like a drug. You can't stop it.
Can't stop saving people and being nice. That's it. That's it for us here at IseKollision. Let's do some outro. I am, of course, Arthur Perkins. And if for some reason you're listening to this somewhere that's not a place where you can find me, you can find me on twitch.tv/apgaming, youtube.com/. Basically, AP Gaming Reel everywhere that you can AP game or reel. I thought you'd like that one. I've done about 50 different tabletop RPG systems. It's actually slightly less than 50, but who's keeping track? By the time you check out my channel, it'll probably be. And we got like 5 years, 3,000 videos. A lot going on. Pondo, who are you? Where can people find you? And what do you?
I am Pondo, or Pondo the Mad. I play video games and stuff on YouTube. I and I also stream on Twitch, so you can catch me at YouTube or Twitch, respectively, /Pondo the Mad. I also am on Arthur's Battletech show on Thursdays at roughly 8:30 Eastern, sometimes 9. It varies from night to night.
Call it the Ratosaurus.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all I got.
What do you stream? I mean,
currently I'm switching between Kingdom Hearts. I'm trying to do a series run before the third game comes out, and then the new Spider-Man game that came out September 7th, 2018.
How is that? People are saying that they enjoy that game. Surprising for me, Spider-Man game.
I mean, it's great.
How is the web swinging?
It's very satisfying.
Swing around the city at high speeds, like throwing webs around, being like, "Yo, what's up?"
Yeah. I mean, I've accidentally dropped in a lot of people and to scare the shit out of them because, like, they have like little like NPCs walking around the streets, and sometimes I just straight up swing too low, and they're like, "Oh shit!" and jump out of the way.
There you go. You're a terror to the public.
Yeah, you're not. That's not very Spider-Man-like of you, scaring people.
I feel like that's 100% Spider-Man-like.
That's 100% Spider-Man-like. I mean, we know Spider-Man is there. Terror comes along with him, so it's safe to say that you don't want to be in the same place as Spider-Man.
Yeah,
any hero to be in.
Yeah,
fact,
you don't really want to be around. If you see one, just like run the other way.
It's like you see Batman. It's like, oh shit, don't want to be here. Take an RPG or something near me. That and car insurance must be terrible in that world.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Sure. I mean, if basically all of New York City was just aliens. Ice.
I think I'd be most worried about some type of noxious gas if it was the Batman. He seems to have a lot of problem with noxious gases.
Yeah, I feel like having some sort of emergency either important for Gotham.
Just don't live in Gotham, actually. That'd probably be the better thing. Live in like the country, like what Superman's parents does, or the adopted parents. Live where nothing happens there.
I mean, Superman fell out of the sky there, not nothing.
Well, yeah. I guess there is a whole series of small.
They were playing Stardew Valley and they got the random meteor event, but that was the only thing that happened in their life.
I mean, that's good. Just one random thing happened.
I remember the Smallville show.
It's not like in New York where it happens every day.
Meteors hit New York every day?
Not every day, but I'm saying like the random event that destroys everything. Like, one day it's Scorpion, the other day is Shocker, and one day it's the Rhino. And then
I want to see Spider-Man versus God.
I don't know how that would work. I don't think that would
Maybe
be
you could
able to
like
work.
wrap the web around Godzilla's legs to make him fall over.
No, I mean, I assume it would end the same way all Godzilla movies do. Right? The U.S. military unloads increasingly large amounts of firepower, but Spider-Man watches and comments. And occasionally tries to help, but doesn't really do anything because he's Spider-Man and it's Godzilla.
And also, all the military equipment that's shooting into Godzilla doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it'd be interesting to see it from his point of view.
He's always got good commentary.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, that's how Deadpool came about. They were like, oh, people like Spider-Man's commentary. What if we had a dude who has every superhero's powers, but also Spider-Man's commentary? Not a superpower, but super useful. Speaking of someone who doesn't have superpowers, but is super useful, let's hear from Virgil. Who are you? Where can people... What?
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining us for this fun game. I do some other role play stuff on online. Usually host at twitch.tv/Zircon5 when I'm on a show, so you can go check that out. And I also write a bunch of music that goes up to soundcloud.com/Zircon5. So you can go check out those tunes. A lot of those have free downloads and are Creative Commons, so people can use them in their creative projects without having to worry about some big copyright monster knocking down their door. And if you need something specific for a project, just let me know. Send me a message somewhere. If you liked Toby, there's tons more Toby on the YouTube, like I mentioned. That was a really fun show that we did.
That's evil, non-dad Toby.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very, very long character growth for Toby, I feel. So yeah, you can go check that out. It was a good.
That was one of my longest running campaigns.
Yeah.
Cotton. Maisie is this innocent child that we all need to be. From Vincent Gray murdering people right in front of her eyes.
That's like the literally only one.
I mean, you only need to watch one traumatic murder happen right in front of you before you're scarred for life.
That's fair. She's probably been through worse because she's probably seen a lot of traumatic murders.
All she's seen is summoning an ice dragon. Literally, no one has died.
Well, just like all the elderly people and all the people in town are like, is that a dragon? Nah, dragons don't exist. Just go about their business.
When you summon them. But no one died. They just got frozen. Yeah, it was like Kiki's Delivery Service, where also, I'm pretty sure no one died in that movie. Just really dramatic and people almost died.
Yeah.
Cotton, who are you? Where can people find you? What do you do? And why is your play-by-post so filled with...
Filled with what?
Warlock.
Oh,
I mean, they just keep showing up and saying shit dramatically.
Well,
I think you're the only one that's dramatically saying anything, actually.
Rad showed up and was suddenly acting super weird.
Rad's character is just like I'm not sure what his character is. He's just pretty much a grizzled veteran.
I mean, he suddenly showed up and was like, I'm the sword to your eye. And I was like, what?
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing that stuff. I was looking at it, I was like, all right.
Cotton, same questions as before. Who are you? Where can people find you? What do you do?
I doodle sometimes. When I play by post, I tell my dogs to be quiet for 5 minutes when I throw a blanket over his kennel, but then I ran out of time.
True. All right. I'm sure people who own dogs understand exactly what's going on.
I'll try to edit some of those out.
We'll see if that works. Probably not. Guys, thank you for joining us. We are wrapping up the third episode. For Patreon members, thank you so much for supporting us. This show is a thank you to you, or whatever Vincent Gray ended up making this show. Maybe less of a thanks and more of a horror story of a man slowly edging towards murder.
Depends how many people liked Can They Cross.
Yeah, yes. Did I make him likable enough before his timely demise? And that's it.
I know one person really wanted me to kill him, so.
Yeah.